ethnic connection to Cameroon. It's a real pleasure to see you. Welcome also to members of the Diplomatic Corps in Jamaica, members of the government of Jamaica. I haven't yet seen Chief Richard Curry, but we're expecting him, leader of the Accompagnement Maroons. I think some of you met him yesterday, yes, on Treaty Day, no less, yes. Members of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, including its executive, HRH Queen Asionot Akom, Dr. Hilary Brown, HRH Chief Opolo, Dorbrin Omard, HRH Chief Sifo Zezulo, Eric Phillips, and Princess Africa, Aisha Smith from Guyana, and I think we also have with us Princess Gipia of Guyana. Welcome to our panel chairs and presenters who will be introduced to you later on in the program. Welcome to students. I'm expecting a few more students later on in the day. I know that some of them said they are going to be here, but they perhaps are stuck in traffic. Welcome to members of the media. Welcome to distinguished guests in the council room here at the University of the West Indies, as well as all our viewers online. I offer apologies for Honorable Minister Olivia Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, who is unable to be with us today. In fact, she's elsewhere being honored herself today, but she sends warm greetings. So we are here today to, if you like, hear both sides of a story about who did what to whom. As the preamble to the program says, and I quote, during the Western campaign to illegalize the transatlantic trafficking in Africans in the 19th century, traders and their allies argued that African commercial and political interests were their business partners. Since then, this analytic perspective has gained global traction, becoming the dominant narrative. We have to destabilize that narrative. The evidence to debunk this narrative and to contextualize its significance is considerable, though it has not gained anywhere near the level of advocacy and academic representation. The reasons for this shortfall in academic and public awareness are many, but suffice it to say that the time is now for the matter to be successfully readdressed. That is what we are going to do today with the help of our distinguished speakers. These panels that we're going to have today are a knowledge exchange that will fill a knowledge gap and develop our roots, because as Marcus Mosiah Garvey stated, a people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots, and we are looking to reconnect with those roots today. So I'm now going to call on His Royal Highness Global Paramount Chief Papa Osikol Professor Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, to give you his own welcome. But let me just tell you a little bit about him in case you have been under a rock somewhere and you have no idea who he is. So he's, of course, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. He's a distinguished academic, international thought leader, United Nations Committee official, and global public activist in the field of social justice and also in the field of minority empowerment. Sir Hilary is chairman of the Caribbean Examinations Council, CXC, the former chairman of the University of the West Indies Press, chairman of the Caribbean Community or CARICOM Commission on Reparation and Social Justice, president of Universities Caribbean, and editor of the UNESCO General History of Africa series, and a director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Further, he currently serves on the Governing Council for the Association of Commonwealth Universities, ACU, and the Governing Council of the United Nations University. He has received numerous awards, including the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, in recognition of his major contribution to academic research on transatlantic slavery, popular culture, and sport. And people say they don't know where he finds the time, but he's just organized. He has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and more than 20 academic books. Vice Chancellor, You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recognizing the protocol has been observed, it is for me a great honor to welcome on behalf of the University of the West Indies and all of the Caribbean communities it serves, to welcome their Royal Highnesses to the University of the West Indies. This is an historic moment. It's a moment of considerable emotional and spiritual significance. We are honored as a university community to take this responsibility for the reuniting of their Royal Highnesses with the African people of the Caribbean. We know that the Middle Passage has been described as that enormous chasm that separates Africa from its people. This morning, we are shrinking that enormous volume of water into a mere trickle because we are reunited once again. We are entering a conversation today about the nature of that separation. As historians, we are so aware, because we have had the privilege and the opportunity to examine the historical record, to know that their Royal Highnesses from the 16th century to today have been on the firing line of history. The Europeans came for us because they wanted chattel labor. But to get to us, they had to destroy, denigrate, drive into exile, assassinate the royal families that have presided over our people for thousands of years. They were the first in the firing squad of history. We're going to talk about that history today. We're going to talk about the two sides of the equation. While the royal families of Europe were organizing their armies, building their corporations, and establishing structures for the destruction of societies in Africa, so as to secure enchained and enslaved labor, the royal families of Africa were on the receiving end of that violence, that genocidal intent, because it was understood if you could destroy the leadership of a people, if you can render them stateless, if you could render them without structures of governance, law, and order, then they become the most vulnerable people for the intention of the monarchs of Western Europe. And so we are looking at royalty on the two sides of this history. We're going to be examining that relationship so we can understand how and why we African people have found ourselves in this part of the world. Within this context, it really is a tremendous pleasure to have their Royal Highnesses here with us today to bring healing to our people, to enable us to recognize in the most profound and personal way the kinds of societies from which we have come, the nature of our past, and why it is so critical to our future that we rebuild these bonds in the most intimate possible fashion. So, Your Royal Highnesses, you are here to assist us Africans in the diaspora. And it's also an opportunity for you to feel in this intimate way the significance of this moment. We welcome you. We welcome all of our guests this morning who are here with us in the University of the West Indies. And we welcome all participants around the world who are participating in this dialogue through the University of the West Indies TV. Welcome and very good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. It is now my pleasure to call on His Royal Highness His Royal Highness Paul Jones Aganda, aka Papa Attica I, the first, who is founder and president of IDO Network International, also known as Attica International Development Organization, a not-for-profit civil society organization with a network of over 645 African traditional cultural institutions and over 1.5 million members in Africa and Europe. A little bit about him. His Highness Paul Aganda, of course, he has a name which I'm going to try very hard to pronounce, Umkanyakude, the light of the nation, the Ember nation, Prince Afram II, Sumahene of Suma, West Africa. He's also the global chief overseer of the Allied African Indigenous Kingdoms and the chiefdoms. His Highness is the Governor General of Diaspora African Kingdoms Alliances, or DACA, and one of the founders of African Kingdoms and Diaspora Alliances, actually. So H.H. Paul Aganda is an engineer by profession and a creative artist with over 25 years working in dance and media production. Some demonstration, including a spate of service with the BBC in Britain. So it's my pleasure to ask him to address us, and you can use the podium there. Thank you.
Kanti bafikile bazobulala isizwe somdzontsунdu. Zifikile kaloku inkosi nokumkani nekumkanikazi phakathi kwenu. Zizonixelela indaba. Tell them the stories of Africa. Tell them the truth. La makamba kabimbola. Aqoqoshiwe zingqondweni. La down. Come up.
Bayete! Bayete! Emuria koliai. Atekere kobusi. I would like to request all of us to stand up to observe a moment of silence. As we are seated here, this was a burial site, and there are quite a lot of graves underneath this building. Just a second. Thank you. Take your seat. Professor Farin Shepard, Director of the Center of Reparation Research, and our chair today, His Royal Highness, the Global Paramount Chief, Papa Osikol II, Vice Chancellor, University of West Indies, and also the chairman of the CARICOM Reparation Commission. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Toto Akaliite Mary Osikol. Pleasure seeing you here. Members of the University Executive and Management Team, Professor Dale Weber, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Mona Campus, Professor Aldry Henry Lee, Pro Vice Chancellor, Graduate Studies and Research, Mrs. Andrea McNish, the University Bursar, Ms. Sandria Maynard, Pro Vice Chancellor, Global Affairs, the University of West Indies, Mrs. Bridget Collins, University Chief Information Officer. Pleasure meeting you. Members of the Diplomatic Corps in Jamaica, the Paramount Chief of Akompong, Papa Odwe, that's Chief Richard Curry. Are you here with us? We acknowledge his presence. We had the honor to meet him yesterday. The students of the university, high school students in Kingston who are here with us, we bless you all. Members of the media, I say Bayete. 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 Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow African royal families of IDO delegation on this historical mission, I welcome you as well. I observe all the protocols as already observed by Madam Chair. Bayete. In the name of Mother Africa, the common origin of our forebearers and our own ancestors, I, as the president of IDO and the leader of this delegation, are very honored to be invited to join you as you celebrate the 75th anniversary of the creation of the University of West Indies and the 10th year since the creation of CARICOM Reparation Commission. We bring you warm greetings from IDO and the continent of Africa. We are greatly honored to be invited by His Royal Highness Papa Osikol II. I know he's known to you as Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. For us, we know him differently. We are honored for your invitation. We also take this opportunity especially to thank the members of the university, the academia fraternity, and all the distinguished guests who are here with us today. I have the great honor to introduce to you the African Royal Delegation that has come here with me. These are traceable grandchildren of the royal houses of those great empires now reduced to kingdoms and chiefdoms. I'll start with my queen, Her Royal Highness Queen Grace Eganda. Please just raise your hand. His Royal Majesty Dr. Robinson Tambe Ayuk Tanyi, King of Tinombi, Cameroon, Central Africa. Her Royal Majesty Dr. Queen Cynthia Kumalo Musilikazi of the Musilikazi Zulu Nation, South Africa. Please stand up. Her Royal Highness Princess Dr. Nikiwe Bam of the Pondomise Kingdom. Princess Africa Jebi from Guyana, please stand up. We have another queen next to them. I'll jump her for now. I would also like to introduce other pilgrims amongst us, His Excellency Ambassador Ireneo Namboka, who is the Global President of IDO Network International, a former UN diplomat, and a widely traveled diplomat who has visited 47 countries out of the 55 countries in Africa. Bayete. Allow me to say a little about IDO Network International. As already stated, we are a culture and heritage-focused, non-political and non-profit civil society organization with a global membership of approximately 2.1 million members worldwide. Our head office is in London, and we have chapters in Africa and in Europe. We provide a network and a networking platform for the traditional African leaders to work together as a collective. So we work as a team. We have approximately 657 kingdoms and cultural institutions that are affiliated with us. These groups constitute what we call the IDO Royal Community. We are also established in the United Kingdom, United States, and as Diaspora African Kingdoms Alliance. Our vision is simply a happier, peaceful, loving, and economically developed Africa within the world community. Our mission is to be the voice of the voiceless, to promote knowledge and respect for human rights as a basis for good governance, equality of all human beings, and justice for all in the world. We work through our kings, queens, and chiefs who are closely connected with the people to advocate for the protection of human rights in Africa, including taking steps to end harmful cultural practices like child early marriages, unfair practices with respect to widows and young girls. IDO has been very successful in bringing kingdoms in Africa together to work towards the common good of the people of the continent. We now have several kingdoms working together that previously did not relate to each other. So we are able to speak to the Zulu, we are able to speak to the Emperor in Morocco, we are able to speak to Asante Hene, were able to speak the Oninife, the Yoruba, and the Igbo. IDO is on a mission to facilitate cultural and spiritual reconnection between the diaspora and the traditional communities in Africa, and connect, and has been connecting persons who have traced their DNA to tribes which their ancestors came from. We are able to support our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. I already had Professor Varine Shepard trace her roots to Cameroon. We are able to pinpoint any kingdom, chiefdom, tribe that your DNA puts you, because we have a network of all these traditional leaders within us. We also offer investment and business division to facilitate those who wish to do business in Africa and may not know where to start. It's important to make the right connection, and IDO can facilitate through our kingdoms and chiefs. We shall discuss this later. This royal delegation here today have traveled to Jamaica with one objective: to demonstrate to you, our dear family of Africa in the Caribbean, that we are not a race created as slaves. The fact is that we have, yes, we are not a race created as slaves. The fact is that we have a rich, proud, living history of royalty in Africa that still exists today, which we represent here. Your Royal Highness, Papa Oskol II, my role as the head of this delegation today was to put together a delegation before you now. I have the honor and the pleasure of placing the distinguished personalities from the continent at your disposal for the duration of our stay among you, and thank you for your hospitality and that of the University of West Indies and CRC since our arrival here. Permit me also acknowledge and thank everyone who has worked so hard to make this symposium and this visit possible. Special remarks to Professor Varine Shepard. We appreciate you, and her team for the great work in organizing the symposium. To members of CRC Executive, Chief Eric Sifosezulu, Chief Dabrin Omade Opolot, Princess Gimpia Onika Frank, and our Queen, Her Royal Highness, Queen Ashanut Achom, that's Hilary Brown. Just in case, please, could you stand up for we see you properly. Bayete, Emuria Koliai, Achom Okobusi. We would like to thank us so much, all of them, for their work in organizing the program of activities for this reconnection visit to Jamaica. Let me assure everyone gathered here today and those joining us online that we willingly offer ourselves as messengers who will faithfully convey your views, concerns, and warmth at heart, which we hear and experience here, to the millions of persons in our communities and in respective countries of our and your origins. We are committed to work to promote your interests and elevate awareness about your societies and the value you represent to Africa. Papa Oskol, again, on behalf of the delegation, we are truly grateful for all that you have done for the nation, and we recognize you across all our 600 plus kingdoms as the Moses that's coming to liberate us with the truth about what really happened. Reparation justice has to take place, and Africa has to join in. On the same note, we have scheduled this conversation to take it down to the route to Africa in Kenya, of which I take this opportunity where you'll be able to address over 500 kings, heads of states, and all those to hear the truth of what all of you have found out. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, I could speak for the whole night. Bayete! Bayete! Eyala Manoy, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, HRH Paul Jones Aganda. Thank you especially for reminding us that the place we occupy did not really belong to us initially. The land is the land of the Taino people and enslaved Africans who worked on this plantation. And we are inheritors of that legacy. And many of us are trying to carry on that legacy through knowledge and empowerment. So thank you so much. Now, as I indicated earlier, Honorable Minister Grange is unable to be here, but she asked me to read this statement, and I'm going to do so now. But let me introduce her briefly to those who may not know our Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister Olivia Babsy Grange, MPCD, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, has a long career as a cultural activist, working at the grassroots level in developing and managing talent. She's an artist, director, event planner, and an ardent supporter and promoter of Jamaica's creative and cultural industries. She's also a pioneer contributor to the development of the reggae and the dancehall music industry in Jamaica, Canada, and the United States. She's committed to the promotion of youth and women's affairs with a particular focus on job creation and improved health care. So here is her statement. And because we have already established all the protocols with the salutations, I will just go straight to her message. It is inevitable that a symposium of this nature and significance would be the product of the University of the West Indies, an institution of higher learning, which for 75 years has more than lived up to its obligations under the Treaty of Chaguaramas, as an associate institution, providing important functional relationships which contribute to the achievement of the objectives of the community. Certainly, the university has earned its place on the global scale, now ranked #1 in the Caribbean, top 1% of the best in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 1.5% in the world. This positioning and its global thrust are evidence of a resilient Caribbean people reflected through and in this institution. The success of the university reflects the work of the people and governments of the Caribbean. For despite the institution being established by royal charter, like emancipation, this was not as a result of the gratitude and graces of the colonizer, but of the insight of the people who saw for themselves and for future generations the need for an institution that would lift the region out of the vestiges of enslavement and the effects of the human trafficking in peoples of African descent. Under the leadership of Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, an economic historian by design, this formidable institution has generated a new thrust in the reparations discourse. We are proud to have here a Center for Reparation Research and the P.J. Patterson Institute for Caribbean African Advocacy. Throughout, Sir Hilary has established relationships with African countries, including South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana. I am told that when he's through, the UWI will be represented in every African country and on every continent on the globe. I think it's already done. It is therefore not surprising that the University of the West Indies and the CARICOM Reparations Commission have partnered to engage in this interrogation concerning the role of Africa and our African ancestors in this most horrendous trafficking in people, including children, into what has now been officially recognized as a crime against humanity. We have in our midst today African royalty, another significant gesture by the organizers. The government of Jamaica, by a bipartisan consensus, established the National Reparations Commission in 2009, later renamed the National Council on Reparations, to advise the government on the path to reparatory justice. Since its inception, the government has consistently appointed members of the University of the West Indies to chair the National Commission or Council on Reparation. Lalita Davis Mattis, General Counsel, Professors Rupert Lewis, Vereen Shepherd, and Barry Shavans. And the NCR is served by several subcommittees for international reparation events and public relations, legal, and international engagements. The NCR is currently working assiduously towards the formulation of a national policy on reparatory justice, driven by the representative membership, including the UWI thought leaders. The policy is expected to establish a framework for the benefit of current and future generations on the need for, the role and application of the benefits to be derived from reparatory justice. And the policy will also look at methods of payments, the role of government and current generations as the trustees of these benefits. Discussions with our education sector have begun and are expected to see a transformation in how we tell our own story to our people. Engagements with the health, finance, agricultural, and tourism sectors will commence soon. We believe that this policy will be transferable, providing a template for other countries who, like Jamaica, are fastidious in their quest for reparatory justice. This government, in a show of commitment through its internal reparatory justice program, has established the Rastafari Benevolent Fund in response to atrocities meted out to this group in the early 1960s and have apologized for the atrocities by the state. We have also created a law legally removing the stigma of criminalization of our national heroes and freedom fighters. Over the years, Jamaica has never ceased to forge links with the motherland. As early as 1966, on April 21, 4 years after gaining political independence, the new Jamaican government welcomed to our shores His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, seen as a deity by the Rastafari community. Later, on July 24, 1991, after active campaign against apartheid in South Africa and for the release of Nelson Mandela, Jamaica welcomed Mandela to our shores 1 year after he was released from prison. Jamaica continues to be committed to the cause of a strong relationship with Mother Africa. Sir Hilary, you wear 2 hats, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies and the Chair of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. I am confident that this symposium will bear much fruit and will raise the level of engagement with Africa to new levels of consciousness, forging familial partnerships and sustainable engagements, which will inure to the benefit of future generations. The African proverb, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, must resonate within our collective psyche. Africa must unite and a united Africa includes a united Caribbean, a united African diaspora. Welcome to our royal family members from the motherland, the cradle of humanity, and the source of the healing springs which nurture our common destiny of peace, prosperity, and unity. This initiative is consistent with government's stated policy and action, designed to deepen our bond, relationship, and understanding of the peoples of Jamaica and the nations of the continent of Africa. As I wish you well, I leave with you the words of Peter Tosh. Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man. Well, I'm sure he meant woman too. You're an African. No matter your nationality, you have got the identity of an African. God bless. The words, Minister Grange. So this now brings us to the end of the first part of our program. Please stand by for the plenary address from Global Paramount Osicals II, the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. And this plenary address will be moderated by HRH Chief Sivoses Zulu, Eric Phillips of the CRC. So will everybody just please stand by? In another 5 minutes, we'll be ready to go with the plenary. So thank you so much. You've been a great audience. Thank you.
know him as His Royal Highness Global Paramount Chief Papa Osiko II. Most of us know him as a distinguished academic, UN appointee, intellect, author, researcher, sportsman. We in the CARICOM Reparations Commission know him as a Pan-Africanist in heart and soul. We know him as a consummate Caribbean integrationist. We know him as a brilliant servant leader, a thinker par excellence. We know him as a man of exquisite and powerful ideas, a man in the reparations tradition of Queen Mother Audley Moore of the United States and Rastafari Marvis Garvey and Queen Nanny of Jamaica. We know him as a man with the African DNA for freedom, justice, and equality. And today, his topic is the Age of Terror, Europe, and the trade in Africans in West Africa. Kindly receive His Royal Highness Global Paramount Chief Papa Osiko II, Professor Sir Hilary MacDonald Beckles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Royal Highnesses, all of my distinguished colleagues, students, again, very good morning, everyone. I wish to begin by acknowledging the spiritual presence of His Royal Highness Paul Aganda and Queen Grace, and to say that since last we met, you have occupied my mind in respect of this subject which is before us. And I thank you. I thank you for reaching into the mind of a historian to enable me to rise and seek to do the right thing. Thank you. I wish to also recognize His Excellency Ambassador Namboka. The conversations we had in Atlanta some time ago have served to focus my mind as a university man in this conversation, because I know you are also a university man. Many know you as a distinguished ambassador, and in my journey through the United Nations committee system, your name is legendary, and I have heard about you long before we met. I recognize Ambassador Namboka as the Vice Chancellor of the African Open University. No group of people have been more denigrated by the historians of Europe than the kings and queens and nobles of Africa within the context of colonization. The European trade in enchained and enslaved African bodies has generated the most voluminous body of literature. And note, I make reference to enchained bodies because the minds of our ancestors were never enchained. For 200 years, European scholars and their political supporters have promoted a thesis that seeks to justify their criminal engagement in Africa. A literature that first emerged within the context of the parliamentary debates about the criminality of the Atlantic slave trade. And I say criminality because in the case of Britain, at the height of the abolition conversation about that slave trade, the great and legendary abolitionist Thomas Clarkson consistently referred to that trade and to Europe's conduct in West Africa as a criminal enterprise. That is the concept he used through 30 years of advocacy against slave trading. When the slave traders were called to account, when public opinion in Europe called upon the slave traders to account for their 300 years of criminality, they would consistently argue that there was a partnership with African leadership, and that their criminality should be shared because they were merely the business partners in the slave trade. This presentation will confront the mythology of this thesis. I will seek to illustrate why this argument was made, where it was made, and the effect of this argument on today's understanding. Much of this literature was a political position carefully orchestrated in order to prolong the slave trade. The slave traders of Europe argued there is no need to abolish this trade. This trade is based on a partnership, and therefore there is no immorality in this trade. At the highest level of the European royalty, the kings and queens of Europe argued for a continuation of the trade, and threw their full support behind the slave traders. As an example of this, when William Wilberforce gave his first round of parliamentary speeches calling for the ending of the slave trade on the basis that it was unchristian and therefore sinful, criminal and therefore immoral, the King of England, his king, called him and explained to him, King William IV, called him to explain to him that the slave trade in African bodies was in Britain's national interests, and his campaign to end it constituted an act of treason. Wilberforce and all of the other abolitionists had therefore to contend with the royal authority in Buckingham Palace. One of the effects of this thesis has been that African political leaders, influenced considerably by the global propaganda of European historians, were thrown on the defensive in respect of promoting their own African reparations movement. The impact of this global propaganda through colonial education in Africa, as in the Caribbean, that Africans became unsure of their own history and began to have doubt about the specifics of their own history. And we have to understand the power of colonization in imparting a vision of history through generations of children. Generations of children in schools and colleges and universities absorbing the propaganda of European scholars. In the Caribbean, we were subject to the same academic forces. Caribbean historians themselves were reluctant to speak about the mythology embedded in European scholarship. It took some time for Caribbean scholars to rise up and to reject this literature and the implications of it. The academic tide, however, is now turning, and the truth is being revealed. As an example of this, King Charles III of England, when he gathered in Barbados for the declaration of the Republic, question was put to him. King Charles I of England was the monarch who declared that black people were not human beings, that Africans were property, real estate, and chattel, and not human, and therefore should not be governed by European law. That was King Charles I. King Charles II was the king who established the corporations, the companies, capitalized the companies and built them, with a mandate to go out to West Africa and recruit 5,000 Africans per year to bring into slavery in the Caribbean. That was King Charles II. Now we have King Charles III. And the question was put to him, what do African people have in store under the rule of King Charles III? This presentation, therefore, is a tale of two groups of royalties, our African royalties and the European royalties. The thesis is embedded in the title itself, The Age of Terror, Europe and the Trade in Enslaved Africans. It sets out that European monarchies, the empowered kings and queens of Europe, were principally responsible for unleashing the reign of terror in Africa. But they were doing this on both sides of the Atlantic at precisely the same time that they had unleashed the reign of terror in Africa. They had also unleashed the reign of terror on the indigenous people of the Americas. Both processes took place at the same time and were organized by the same groups of people. In the Americas, in our part of the world, all of the major civilizations were destroyed. At their height, the Aztecs, the Mayans, and all of the civilizations of the plains of North America, from Alaska all the way through to Florida, they were destroyed. Their lands were appropriated, and those captured were given into slavery. So we had the reign of terror on this side of the Atlantic and the reign of terror on the African side of the Atlantic. In both instances, European monarchs and their companies and their corporations were in search of gold and precious metals, and we know how they destroyed the civilizations of the Americas in search of gold and silver and slave labor. We also know that this conversation, this military engagement with Africa began as a search for gold and shifted from the gold trade into the kidnapping of enchained labor. That was the enormity of this military complex that was unleashed upon the indigenous peoples of Africa and the indigenous people of the Americas. In Europe, the royal families were the principal investors in these military operations. It was their royal authority that drove the plunder and the mayhem in Africa. Indeed, the royal families established upon themselves a monopoly, exclusive right to carry out these processes of plunder and mayhem. And this monopoly was enshrined in law. In all the cases of Western Europe, the royal families legitimized that only companies owned by the royal family and invested in by the royal family could go to West Africa and participate in slave trading. This history is significant because for 200 years, the royal families of Western Europe, Britain and France, the Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal especially, have sought to float above this history as if this economic development was outside of their royal purview. And their historians have allowed them to escape responsibility for this by focusing on the companies, on the families that were involved in slave trading. In the case of Britain, it was only in 1697, that is 100 years later, that the British royal family declared that trading in African bodies was now free for all citizens. In other words, they gave up their royal monopoly and declared that slave trading was now free trade. So any company, any family, any person, any individual was now finally free to participate in what was known as the black gold trade. In Africa, on the other hand, in these years, the royal families were the principal targets of these companies. We now have enough information from the archives to show that any king or queen or noble or chief who stood in the way of slave trading, who opposed the slave trade, instructions came out from Europe that king, chief should be assassinated and removed from creating an opposition to slave trading. So in the first instance, it was a reign of terror upon African communities, but also principally upon the kings, queens, and nobles of West Africa. The similarities between the European trade in enslaved Africans and today's narcotic trade are very striking. The most effective metaphor I can use to give you an understanding of what was taking place in West Africa especially is to draw similarities with the global narcotic trade. First, it is one of the biggest commercial trades in the world. The profitability of it is extraordinary. Many of the narcotic companies have more resources, more military capacity, more intelligence capacity than many countries in which they operate. So it was with the slave trade in West Africa. These companies, for example, the British Royal African companies, had the full might of the British Army and Navy behind them. No West African government had the military capacity to withstand the military onslaught of these companies. These companies built forts along the coast of West Africa, from Senegambia all the way down to Congo. The entire West African coast is littered with these fortifications. And these forts were some of the largest buildings in Africa. In fact, only the pyramids of Egypt were bigger. Large stone structures. One only has to go to Cape Coast Castle, Elmina, to see the enormity of these structures that were built along the coast of West Africa to remind the Africans, to remind them that we are here to stay, we are here for slave labor, and we intend to get that labor. Today, those buildings are just reminders of a relationship of power that was clearly established in the years of the slave trade. These corporations, and of course I have to emphasize this because, you know, there is, for people who have not been effectively exposed to this history, there is a belief, which you'll probably find from observing movies and all of these Hollywood-type images, that slave traders were just a group of random individuals who took a small ship, went out and ran through the communities and grabbed people and dragged them down the river and put them on the boat. You are looking at the most highly organized commercial military complex in the world at this time. These corporations had dozens and dozens of ships, thousands of soldiers in West Africa on the coast to protect the storage and the shipment. They were highly militarized with the latest military technology, the guns and the cannons, and they were able to penetrate deep into Africa with this military capacity. The wealth that they accumulated, which was in the first instance the monopoly wealth of the royal families, eventually trickled down to the private sector when they were given free access, down to the banks. The Bank of England was established in 1694 to help to finance the slave trade. All of the wealth coming back into England, going to the royal families and aristocracies, that money had to be converted into investment capital. And so the Bank of England was created, which is not surprising. We heard a few weeks ago that even at emancipation, the Bank of England owned over 500 Africans. The insurance companies, all of these major financial institutions emerged with considerable financial surpluses that had to be organized to be converted into investment wealth. These companies, these corporations, were an existential threat to Africa's political leadership, most of which were organized under monarchies, kings and queens. They were also an existential threat to those nations and communities. Sometimes when you are driving through the interior of West Africa, sometimes you encounter these enormous spaces of empty land or sparsely occupied lands. And you go back 100 years and you realize that these areas were once densely populated because many of them were along the rivers. And you know, in most civilizations, they reach their pinnacle along valleys, in valleys, because the valleys of great rivers produce the most fertile agricultural land. So the farming, the enormous agricultural civilization on the valleys of rivers, with towns and villages. But in the context of slave trading, the most vulnerable nations were those nations that were in valleys along rivers, because the slave traders and their military complex came upriver deep into West Africa. And all of those communities along the valleys were the most vulnerable. And so the leaders, the nobles, would gather them and move hundreds and thousands of miles away from their ancestral agricultural lands where they could be safe. So you move from your traditional lands, you go to the desert, you go to the rainforest, where you have at least some respite and safety. But in abandoning your traditional agricultural lands, you are now exposing your people to famine. And thus we see the record of famine spreading through West Africa as slave trading was spreading through West Africa. All of this helps us to understand the devastation to those royal families that were responsible for keeping these nation states and these communities together. What was the product the Europeans were after? The product was something called the chattel slave. That was the product. The chattel slave was not an African product. One of the characteristics of European history has been this notion that slavery existed everywhere, and therefore there was nothing new in what they were engaging. This is one of the first mythologies and deceptions and lies embedded in European history. The word slavery has been used historically in the most loose and elastic fashion to include all relationships in which individuals experience some reduction in their freedom. So, in the institution of marriage, the female experienced a reduction in freedom through resources, control of them, naming, control of children, and so on. And this is embedded in most systems in the world historically. That was seen as a shallow end. Then there was a question of what you do with prisoners of war. You go to war, you have prisoners, you have a choice. You can either execute them as losers in the war, or you could bring them home, integrate them into your community, but they are now working on behalf of the state, the chief, or the family. But these people had rights. They had rights to live in the community, they had rights to resources, they had rights to their own families, they could get married, they could become high officers in the families, in the royalty. There were all different types of relationships by people who had suffered some reduction in their freedom, but who were participating in the normal everyday life of a community. And thus, in West Africa, there were these groups of people who were described as slaves. It's the same category in Asia, in China, in Japan, in medieval Russia. You had these groups of people who had lost some freedom. And thus, yes, there were people in West Africa, as in other parts of the world, who were described as domestic slaves. Many of them were just servants. They were servants to those who had a right to their labor. None of that was significant in the context of what the Europeans wanted. The Europeans invented a new category of slavery that really had never been seen on planet Earth before. No culture, civilization in the history of the world had ever before created this thing called chattel slavery. Have never been found before. It was something that was invented specifically at that moment in history to enslave the African and to bring that African across the Atlantic to slavery in the Americas. How do I establish the authenticity of that statement? Well, we need to look at what chattel slavery was. And once we know what it is, we know we have never in history seen it before. This is something that seemed to have erupted from the depth of hell. had never been seen before. First characteristic, a chattel slave under law is not a human being. In no system of labor exploitation, in no system of domestic usage, in no system of family usage, in no system in which the word slavery was used before, were those people denied their human identity. All of these people who were classified as slaves loosely were seen as heroic people. They were people who had status in their families. They performed domestic work. They performed agricultural work. They're married. They have their children. Many of them became ambassadors of the king to go and do things on behalf of the king. And they were just servants. But chattel slavery, the African was not a human being. The African was property. Property. The so-called domestic slave in Africa was not property. They were human beings whose identity were respected. The chattel slave was property. And what are the features of property? Well, you could buy it, you could sell it, you could lease it, you could mortgage it, you can use it as collateral, it is money, you can complete a with this currency. These are the features of property. And you can bequeath it. In your will, you pass on to your children, whoever else you want to have it. Transferable. And critically, that child at birth, if the mother was an enslaved woman, that child was born a slave. This kind of institution had never before seen on planet Earth. And it was a racist system because it was created specifically as a racial institution to deal with African people. No other group of people would use an institution like this upon their own people. The Europeans, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, no other civilization would use a system like that in order to extract wealth from their own people. So chattel slavery was something that the Europeans had all agreed would be applicable only to African people. And for 500 years, only African people, no other people on planet Earth, only African people could be reduced to the institution of chattel slavery. And it was the most sophisticated institution from the point of view of wealth creation. The African kings and queens were caught up in this system. First, the Age of Terror destroyed most of the governments in West Africa. The first 200 years of slave trading, the military complex rolled into West Africa, and African kings and queens were given a choice: stand in the way and be destroyed. Negotiate, and in some way or another, participate. Because kidnapping was the principal method of recruiting Africans. You know, it is ironic that when Queen Elizabeth I of Britain, when she heard from the slave traders who she had empowered, when she received a report from them that kidnapping is the principal method of recruiting, Queen Elizabeth I banned the slave trade. She says, no, I will not have my citizens taking people out of Africa against their own will. That was her first act. She says, no, we cannot be taking people from their homes against their will. She says, if we do that, the gates of heaven will descend, will open, and the wrath of God descend upon us. That was Queen Elizabeth at the end of the 16th century. But by then, the British slave trade had become so commonplace that she could not stop it. It had gone beyond royal control. We have the record of a slave trader, Mr. Jobson, who returned to England and visited the Queen and said to her that he no longer wishes to participate in slave trading. And when the Queen asked him why, he said, I cannot buy and sell people of my own shape. It's an interesting expression. People of my own shape. In other words, I cannot buy and sell a human being. So he came out of the slave trade and concentrated his commerce on the gold trade. So how did this work out for the African kings? We know that they were targeted, destroyed the leadership, and unleashed the people. The people become stateless, without a government, without institutional form, scattered, and therefore vulnerable. Within that context, there were some nobles who negotiated. And a common negotiation would be, do not take my people. I will give you passage through my country to go and take others, but you cannot take my people. And that was one form of negotiation, knowing that there was an existential threat. So some royals negotiated passage up the river through the routes, the trade routes, in return for the safety of their own people. And it's important to understand that these were nations, many of them, with their own specific culture, their own language, their own organized civilization, and 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away, might be another nation with its own language, its own civilization, and their differences, and therefore a noble will want to protect his or her state. Those were some of the negotiations. Now, we have to thank Walter Rodney, the greatest of modern African historians, who studied this process in great detail. And he elevated the argument that, first of all, you cannot have an international crime. You cannot have an international crime unless you have a local collaborator. It is impossible. And this is why we moved the conversation in relation to narcotics. If you take at random any American port, the hundreds of tons of narcotics that go through those airports and seaports every day. The only way this can happen is if somewhere in that system there are people collaborating. It must have collaborators, that this container of this ship and that information and knowledge has to be shared, and that is the only way the trade could function. But no historian would then say, since we know what is going on in airports and seaports that allow these companies to flood our communities with narcotics, No historian or economist would then argue and write that the United States government is therefore a narcotics trading government. Nobody says that. Nobody writes that. What the argument would be is that there are a few corrupted citizens. There are a few corrupted citizens who are participating in this criminality at the detriment of the nation. That is how we write the narrative. But we wouldn't elevate that the nation or that the President of the United States. We don't go there. But what the European historians did, what the European historians did for 200 years was to argue that in these instances, the kings and the nobles were participants, despite the fact that they were aware of the evidence of terror unleashed against African governments. Then also, in the mayhem that was created by slave trading, and you know, again, in the narcotics trade, there is a symbiotic relationship between drugs and guns. The drug trade and the gun trade go hand in hand. Drugs for guns, guns for drugs. They move together. The organization of both are interlocked. From the 17th to the 19th century, early 19th century, what was Europe's leading export to West Africa? Guns. Guns were the leading export product from Western Europe into Western Africa. And therefore, the relationship between guns and slaves. Guns and slaves in West Africa went hand in hand as guns and narcotics go hand in hand today. West Africa was militarized. Communities were militarized in order to render people stateless, rootless, and therefore vulnerable. Within that military circumstance in West African societies, there were rogue nobles. A few nobles went rogue. They went rogue. Having lost their territory, they became banditry, roaming like guns for hire. And some of them worked as recruitment agents. And many of them were not even nobles, but they had replaced the leadership abandoned by the nobles. And these bandits roamed through West Africa. Whoever offered them the highest price, the French, the Dutch, the German, whoever offered them, they recruited on behalf of these people. And that also became a feature, but it was a consequence of the destruction of African governments. It was a consequence of the destruction of the legitimate authority of African kings and queens in their societies that they had ruled for thousands of years. But this is what we call phase 2. So in phase 1, you target the nobles. Phase 1, 150 years, the nobles were targeted. The royal families were targeted. Many of them were also captured and put on slave ships and sent to the Americas. So you target the African leadership, undermined the royal families, drove many into exile, assassinated some of them, and then, of course, West Africa then opened up as a space for the age of terror that then allowed for the banditry, for the rogue groups that terrorized communities, kidnapping thousands and thousands of people. And all of that is how it worked. And so this conference has as one of its mandates to reconstruct this history. And the reason why this is so important to us right now is because by putting the history in its proper context, our African royal families can now be provided with a platform on which to speak. Because the history that came out of Europe have served as a distraction from the truth of the situation. And many of the West African royal families have been silent because they have been projected incorrectly as allies in this process. We can now construct this history scientifically and provide a platform for the royal families to speak about their history and what actually happened to their families. Because as we know, the royal families are still today legitimate. In their societies, there are the legitimate leaders. There are the legitimate royals. If the history had shown that they, in fact, were slave traders themselves, their legitimacy would not have survived. Their legitimacy would not have survived. And that we know to be true. So we need to have this voice. We need to have emerging out of the royal families the argument that in the age of terrorism that destroyed our states, drove our families into exile, made us leaderless because our people were captured and enslaved, that we have a right to reparations. And that we can join the reparations. We can join the reparations movement. For 100 years, West African governments, the modern governments of today, have been silent on the issue of reparations because of the legacy of this history. But now the historical truth is emerging. It has opened up a space where African political voices are now being heard in a strident fashion. We were over in Ghana in August last year. And the tide has turned. We were able to hear very strongly from President Addo. President Addo stood before a congress of scholars, activists, reparationists, and said, we have been silent by the lies for too long. Ghana, speaking on behalf of the African Union, we are declaring today that Africa is joining forces with CARICOM on the reparations journey. That was an enormous achievement because we knew that the global reparations movement will never gain its full potential until Africa came on board. And Africa is now on board. And so, with the African Union declaring its solidarity with CARICOM, declaring that it will now become a voice at the United Nations in support of global African reparations. Now that we have built that bridge, we are now in a position to welcome also our Royal Highnesses here to the Caribbean to join in this cause. And we are so looking forward to the years ahead. We are so looking forward to the years ahead when our Royal Highnesses will be visiting all of these Caribbean islands and that their presence in the Caribbean will become normal. Yes. At the moment, it is spectacular, but it will become normal for our African Royal Highnesses to visit with us, engage with us, talk with us, solidarity, and help us to build justice for all African people everywhere they are. In many regards, therefore, today, mark this day as the day in which our Royal Highnesses are here with us. Mark this day as a new beginning. Thank you.
Yes, an intelligent man just in front of us, sharing the wisdom not only from the academics, but from the spirituality that have been guided by your ancestors to connect us with this island. Today the royals are here, and there will no more ways of separation between us. You have built the bridge for us to cross and come and meet with you. When I grow up, I want to be Professor Larry.
Ashe, ashe. Let's give another round of applause for truth, clarity, context. I turn it over now to our chair, Professor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor and Chair of the CARICOM Reparation Commission and leading voice for social justice, because the reparatory justice campaign is also about, or essentially about, human rights and social justice. Another round of applause, please. Thank you also to an executive member of the CRC, Eric, for leading us through the plenary. So now we're going to ask the panel 1 chair and presenters to come. And in a few minutes, please stand by for panel 1 of the symposium. The chair, Professor Bewaji, is making his way up. And in the meantime, may I just remind you there's an African bazaar outside when you have some time. And also I want to greet Mama G, a Maroon Chieftainess. Mama G, come and let people see you and greet you properly. Mama G. Thank you for being here, Mama G. All right, so I turn it over now to Professor Bewaji.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
ẹ ṣeun, ẹ ṣeun, ẹ ṣé gan ni, a dúpẹ́, a kú ojúmọ́, ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ káàsán, ẹ káalẹ́ ní gbogbo tí ojú ti ń mọ́. Mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ọ̀gá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ẹgbẹ́ mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin àbúrò mi, mo kí yín lóbìnrin, mo kí yín lọ́kùnrin, mo kí yín lọ́mọdé, mo kí yín lágbàlagbà. Ẹ jẹ́ kó yẹ wá, ẹ jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe fún wa. Good morning, our Royal Highnesses. Where I come from, I should prostrate before all of you, regardless of age, regardless of status, because you represent our collective spirit. I will be embarrassing so many people if I start that now. So I will just say welcome in the name of our Vice Chancellor, Sir Hilary, as well as our own Emerita Professor, Vereen Shepherd, for making this day possible. And it's a tremendous thing that is being done. When Professor Beckles made his plenary, he raised so many questions, so many issues, which are doctoral research topics, which the Center for Reparation Studies, as well as other arms of the university, should be doing. And it is my hope that we'll be able to encourage even more that. I made a note of so many questions that beg serious scholarship from what Sir Hilary presented. As a student of philosophy, I'm always asking questions. And for that, many people find me troublesome. But that's just the nature of what it is. So this morning is not about me, but it's about the issue we are dealing with. So standing on all protocols which have been established, I will now call the presenters. I believe you have the bios, so I will not be able to read everything because that's going to eat into our time. I will simply introduce each person as I have it. The mandate I have is to give each person 15 minutes for presentation. I know that you all have more than just for 15 minutes. Anybody, any one of these lady and gentlemen that I see here could speak for the rest of the day. But please don't let us do that. Let's keep within time. The first person I have here is Steve Golden, a very good friend and colleague in the trenches. Is the president of the Jamaican division of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, African Communities League, ACL. And he has so many other big titles and positions under his belt. I do believe that, you know him quite very well within the community. I salute you. His Excellency Ambassador Irineo Namboka, I don't know if I pronounced that accurately. Okay, thank you, sir. Is the Global Vice President of AIDO Network International with responsibility for the organization's international relations and operations. You are very welcome, sir. And I have Her Royal Majesty, Her Royal Highness, please forgive me, Princess Dr. Nihiwe Bam, a cultural, social, educational activist from the Kingdom of Mpodomise Nation. I believe that's in South Africa. Yeah, thank you. I just came back from there in November, so I do know a few. At times I tried the COSA way of speaking, but I never got it right yet. So, yes, so she's there, distinguished, and you are very welcome. Then I have our own Dr. Michael Barnett, senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work at the University of the West Indies. You are very welcome. So each, as I mentioned your name, you please go to the podium on that side and make your presentation. I believe we will take all the discussions after the presentations. Please try to keep within the time limit. Thank you very much, sir and ma. I want to acknowledge especially the young ones among us, the school children who are here. You are the future, and we appreciate you. The most part of the job would be yours. Thank you very much, and we thank your teachers for bringing you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mbaise. Amandla. Tenai Stilling. I greet you in the Amharic language of Ethiopia, recognizing that today, March 2nd, is the anniversary of the great African victory at the Battle of Adwa in 1896. Your Royal Highnesses, welcome to Jamaica. I didn't get a chance to personally greet you all the other night at Liberty Hall, but I was there for that reception. Congratulations to VC, the CARICOM Reparations Commission team, for putting this together. Long overdue and also necessary. Exploring the myths, exploding some of them too, as Sir Hilary did a while ago with his excellent presentation. It's going to make it easy for me to try and stick to the 15 minutes. So some things I was planning to say, I will just reference back to what he has already said. But you know, one of the things the Jamaican National Council on Reparations is invested in, and what we've been doing since last year in a series of consultations with the Ministry of Education, particularly targeting the teachers, is to empower them to begin to change the narrative in our curriculum that has been handed down for so many generations. Very simple things like, you know, discontinuing the use of the word slave, replacing it with enslaved. But there is an overall narrative that needs to be changed. Oftentimes, as Jamaicans, particularly as Jamaicans, I don't want to say we're good at scapegoating, but we like to assess a problem sort of in a vacuum that insulates us from being a part of the issue. And we're quick to point fingers and condemn and blame others, and not being fair in our analysis of the story. We hear it so many times. People, big up Mama G. I didn't see where she was, but I heard she was here. But even in the case of the Maroons in Jamaica, and I don't like that word, but in the case of the Maroons, you have some Jamaicans who often say, but they signed this treaty and they were collaborating and giving back black people, and we're ready to point a finger at them. Jamaica is not the first country to have Maroons, and the Maroons of Jamaica were not the first to sign a treaty with the Europeans. You know, these were mechanisms employed by the Europeans that they perfected over time in different places, right? In fact, we should discontinue the use of that word Maroons and begin to recognize maroon communities as truly what they were, African kingdoms in the Americas. We used to teach in our schools for a long time that Christopher Columbus discovered these islands. We stopped doing that. But there are some parts of his story written by he himself that we have not highlighted and emphasized as much as we should. One of the things the indigenous people told Columbus when he arrived here was that he was not the first to come across the Atlantic, but that those who had come before him had black skin. The history of Europe's engagement with Africa after the Middle Ages or so, let's look at the 15th century going forward, because Africa and Europe had been engaged for a long time before that. Even the Roman Empire produced African emperors or emperors born on the African continent. But for a while, there was a discontinuation or a slowing down of that interaction. Europe went into its own issues, its own tribal wars. But that changed moving into the 13th, 14th century. And I want to start that change with the great Hajj taken by the Emperor of Mali, the Mansa of Mali, Musa I, who the world still remembers as the richest man to have lived. The funny thing about Musa I is that he was not supposed to come to the throne of Mali. He was actually the vizier, the prime minister of the previous emperor, Abu Bakr II. But Abu Bakr II abdicated the throne, and this is how his second in command came to the throne as Musa I. And why did the emperor of Mali abdicate the throne? He did so because he had sent 20 ships across the Atlantic, and after getting some confirmation, then abdicated the throne to cross the Atlantic himself with 200 ships. So in our schools, when we teach about Christopher Columbus coming across, I often wonder why we don't teach that Abu Bakr II came across 200 years before him. Musa I came to the throne, took a Hajj, dropped so much gold on that trip that the price of gold dropped for a decade. But word of the wealth of Africa began to seep into Europe. And Europeans who are very good at chasing certain kind of wealth begin to prepare themselves to answer the call. How could this man be so rich? The man who had invested in the first university city in the world by the name of Timbuktu and invited scholars from all over. And so they were trying to figure out how they could tap and extract this wealth in Africa. The issue with Musa I, though, was that he was a Muslim at a time when Christianity had a stronghold in Europe. So the engagement, sometime because of the control of Christianity of the European kingdoms, was a little difficult. But that changed when Ethiopians began to interact with Europe. And word of this Christian kingdom in Africa, led by a legendary and mythical king that the Europeans gave the name Prester John, became a story that was traded amongst European royals. And in fact, the Portuguese and the Ethiopians were engaging as early as the mid-1400s. Now remember, this is more than half a decade before Columbus comes across to the Americas. So it could be said that perhaps by our own actions as Africans, we invited Europeans into Africa, whether looking for a source of wealth or to engage us as fellow Christians in the case of Ethiopia. Fast forward to the end of the 15th century now, coming into the 16th century. the first major engagement by the Portuguese, and the beginning of the European slave trade began with their interaction with the Kingdom of Congo, where the Mani Congo himself, or the King of Kings in Congo, converted to Christianity and made the Congo Empire a Christian nation. The VC has explained how slavery worked in Africa, and I want to point out something to that. Slavery was a part of our penal system. It was how we punished whether you were the loser in the war or you had committed a crime in the society. We were not murderers to the point that we killed everybody that violated crimes. In fact, the best way to get rid of them would be to sell them and get compensation back for the crime that they had committed. And if they were so considered irredeemable in our eyes, to get them away from having further influence in our kingdoms. It was a humanitarian, much more humanitarian approach than building concrete buildings where you lock them up for the rest of their life. At least they were allowed to be integrated and to begin anew in another kingdom. In fact, Africa knew nothing of building prisons until the Europeans began to build forts along our coasts to engage in this trade. So the slavery that Africans knew was not the chattel slavery that Europeans created. And so at first there was no problem in this engagement. But the main type of Africans that they were exporting at that time were prisoners of war. Now, being a prisoner of war means you're a soldier and you're seasoned in war. And in fact, you have come into this state of slavery coming out of war. This became a problem for the Europeans. And as early as 1522, the earliest quote-unquote slave revolt was recorded in the Caribbean on the very plantation of the nephew of Christopher Columbus himself, Don Diego Colon. It meant that these Africans who were sold into slavery but then encountered chattel slavery that they had no concept of, at their first encounter with that, they revolted. They rebelled. They left the plantations and they went into the hills. And this is how we have these maroon communities from as early as the beginning of the 16th century, long before Nani and Kojo. So when Jamaicans speak of maroon as in we're in isolation, This became a problem for the Europeans. They did not want now the regular pickings at the African slave markets because these people were dangerous. These were soldiers. These were killers. And quickly, they began to violate the treaty and the conditions under which they were to engage in the slave trade in Africa. So much so that as early as 1526, history records a letter by the king of the Congo Empire to the king of Portugal, stating your people are violating the agreements and the terms of the slave trade here. And they're kidnapping people. In fact, they kidnapped some of my relatives, and you better go find them where them is and bring them back. In fact, he wrote in that letter, send no more slave traders. But by then, as the VC pointed out, this mechanism of creating wealth, of not cheap labor, but free labor, and of property that you could bequeath to your generations, was as addictive as the narcotic trade that he referenced. And so where they realized that they weren't prepared to work under the terms that Africa knew slavery as, they began to undermine these kingdoms. And they began now to seek out their enemies and through the gun trade, empower them to make war to create a situation where they could kidnap and exploit and traffic more Africans. These are the facts. But there are other parts of their design that were so intricate that we still ignore in our history. Joel Augustus Rogers, a great historian out of Jamaica, spoke about some of the famous slave traders of the west coast of Africa, Mungo John and others. And even visiting Ghana myself, I found out the truth of this. That those Europeans who lived in the forts at times would go as far as impregnating African women and having children with them. Children who were then sent to be educated in Europe and who returned to run these slave forts on the coast of our mother continent. So the collaboration was very particular and very diabolical in how it was created. And the African kingdoms and the royals were not immune or were not spared that either. Her Royal Highness Queen Kumalo of the Mzilikazi Kingdom. Your own ancestors who made a deal with Cecil Rhodes were educated by Cecil Rhodes. This was how devious they were in the way that they recruited, pacified, brainwashed sometimes, and created these collaborators. Cecil Rhodes, who we know is one of the wickedest Europeans to have touched on the continent of Africa, right? It happened. So we cannot speak in a vacuum that they did that and we did this or what's it not, right? We also have to recognize the fact that those first Maroon communities, those African kings who rebelled from as early as the 16th century, setting up kingdoms like Bencos Bioho in Colombia, like Miguel Burio in Venezuela, Ganga Zumba and Zumbi in Brazil, Gaspayanga, Mexico. They established kingdoms that were so powerful that the Europeans had to negotiate peace terms with them. But in negotiating those peace terms, they employed their same devious trickery. And within a few years after these peace terms, they found ways to extinguish these kingdoms. We forget in Jamaica that we had a whole Maroon city deported. Trelawney Town was sent to Nova Scotia. Thankfully, we were able to then help set up Sierra Leone and then Liberia. But it doesn't excuse the fact that they were constantly, right, conniving and building great conspiracies to neutralize these kingdoms. So much so that they don't even recognize them as kingdoms, and they give us a history that say they're Maroons. You know where the word Maroon come from? Cimarron, which means wild and untamed. Why are we calling our people wild and untamed? Because they fought for their freedom and established their freedom, and that freedom had to be recognized by their enemies. I know I'm running close to time, and I don't want to go over too much, but we have to understand that the European violations of the terms in which they engaged us were many and were prevalent and were persistent over the 3 centuries. And the sad part of it is that while we over here might say, but our own African and brothers and sisters sold us, we fail to mention the fact that these same Maroon communities, when these treaties were made with Europe, had a military relationship. You ever heard of the Mosquito Kingdom? That was set up along the coast of Central Africa by slave ships that were wrecked at sea and enslaved Africans who escaped and established their kingdom, who were a thorn in the side of the British, in the side of the Spanish, until the British themselves even recognized them. One of the Mosquito Kings went to London to visit the British king. But it was the same Mosquito Kingdom soldiers that the British used to hunt Jamaican Maroons. And more so than that, after the treaties, these Maroons were incorporated as the first black members of the British ranks, the West Indies Regiment. These descendants of Africa were taken back to Africa after the abolition of the slave trade. After the Conference of Berlin, when Europe had decided now that after 300 years of extracting the human resources and the wealth, the place was prime for colonization. for occupation and for invasion. And they brought us, the sons and daughters of those who had been trafficked, and used us to fight against our own family in the Ashanti Wars and other wars. So when we start pointing fingers, remember what they say, one point, so. We have to come to terms with these truths. And we have to embrace each other. Africa was dismembered. We need to remember, both here, physically, and like this. So these things are very, very important. And finally, I know I've talked a lot about the dreadful side of it, but there were some positives too. Remember that the concept of Pan-Africanism was not created on the continent of Africa. It was created in the belly of the slave ships. We were the one that began to define our identity as Africans. And over generations, we dropped all allegiance to any particular tribe. But on the continent of Africa, they never had a concept of African as a unified people until we taught them that. But it worked hand in hand. Marcus Garvey, Henry Sylvester Williams, and others, right, who were champions of the philosophy of Pan-Africanism, learned also from our brothers and sisters in what is now South Africa, leaders of the Ethiopianist movement, who for whatever reason within the European religious organizations that they were in, began to challenge the status quo and the system and to identify racism, and began to create a philosophy that Garvey built upon, saying that we have a history that goes beyond slavery, and that we come from kings and queens, and that, as the Bible says, princes shall come out of Egypt, and Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands unto God. There was a mutual exchange. His Royal Highness from Uganda, the Rastafarian movement, right, pays reverence to Nyabingi. Nyabingi, which comes from Queen Muhamusa, I believe, from parts of Uganda and Rwanda, and the chant of death to white and black oppressors alike. So there's always been this exchange and flow of energy from the African kingdoms over here and the African kingdoms over there over successive generations. Whether we admit it or not, we strengthen each other. This is the true meaning of being family. Whether we are separated by great distances, our DNA, as Garvey says it, contains what is hidden that can only be resurrected by our generations and our posterity as one people, knowing one God, living for one aim, and realizing one destiny. Yeah.
Oh. Right. All protocol observed, permit me to go straight to what made us come from the continent, to hug, embrace, and express our emotional attachment to the children of Africa who happen to be born in this part of the world. I was invited in the name of the continent and the people still breathing today on this subject, which Professor Sir Hilary Beckles presented to us. I prepare to say some words on the society, the economy, the political organization, and a little bit of something on resistance. But I think that speaking after such able Africans on matters African, I can only make underlining of what they've said. I start, next slide please. Am I going to be calling on somebody to move on to the next? And do we have a remote? I see, okay. So I thought we should just begin by stating the facts in one sentence, but all said by Professor Beckles, that we have a challenge, an historical challenge. We are at war that started maybe, according to Chancellor Williams, some 3,000 years ago. We've never been recognized as human beings, and therefore we have always been on the defensive, but we never fall down. We're resilient and we're continuing. There are challenges even as we start this morning. We have been characterized as backward, primitive, uncivilized, savage, cruel, violent, miserable, poor, beasts, and not even human beings, particularly without brains. That's the characterization of the African by certain civilized societies. The question becomes, who is not civilized? So we have a job here which started a long time ago when we visited the museum of Marcus Garvey. A point was raised that we stand on great men's shoulders. We were upstairs in the Liberty Hall on the shoulders of Marcus Garvey. So I just want to go through very fast to try and keep within time. As far as people who are not biased saw Africa well before, because it was, what was Africa before the coming of these intruders? Someone who went there, the year I've given, just said that Negroes possess some admirable qualities. They are seldom unjust and have a greater abhorrence of injustice than any other people. This king, he was describing, shows no mercy to anyone who is guilty of the least act of it. There is complete security in the country, and so on and so forth. They do not confiscate property. And let me go to the last sentence. On the contrary, they give it into, sorry, let me read the last one, which should be, they are careful to observe the hour of prayer and assiduous in attending them in congregations and in bringing up children to them. And I think that when I was listening to Professor Beckles, he said there is the spirituality that he feels ever since he met us in Atlanta. That spirituality is the vein, is the fiber that the children of Africa still maintain here. He said it himself. I just heard him say. Sorry. Now, the African, for those who are students of law and intelligent lawyers, that symbol is taken from archives of the hieroglyphics, and it's the symbol of justice, the notion of justice. You know, the scale and the balance. The West has stolen things like this, and they present it usually without putting it in the context of the hieroglyphics, the old African pharaohic rule and instruments of fairness. So I come to spirituality and justice. We have been dealing with societies that have no notion in their culture of what we have here. And what we read here, Aristotle says, for the nomination of kings, priests make the first choice. So priests and kings are more or less embedded because it's spiritual. You cannot lead, you cannot rule people without having that spirituality, so the sense of justice. Now, I don't want to have to read it. You read faster than I do. I'll move on to the next one. I mean, I've quoted 3 sources here on the African spirituality and sense of justice. We're not going to be taught since 1885 when the Berlin Conference decided that we should be this. These things go back. I'll go to the next slide. And religion. Again, we're still, what were we before? I'm just trying to make a point. What were these Africans before? The first thing to be studied about was something that upon the surface seemed to be entirely unrelated to the task. I'm quoting Chancellor Williams here. And I know that those interested in history about the African people, this child of Africa, the preceding speaker spoke about what the children of Africa in the Caribbean, in the Americas have given to the continent. Every African child should read The Destruction of Black Civilization. And he is saying here that if you do not capture the spirituality, the religiosity of an African, you haven't understood him. You can't deal with him. I was brought up in the jungle and only went to school and universities at a late age. So I'm as primitive can be. But I learned English and French and some other languages. So if the word primitive carries the connotation I carry, it just means virgin. And I can absorb lots, including Creole. Now, we talk about political organization. What were we? Were we disorderly? We were not disorderly, we were not savages. Those people who have taken trouble, I think many of you are familiar with the work of Sheikh Anta Diop, a Senegalese child. He was a colossal brain. And he took the dilemma by the horn on telling Europe that no, the people that constructed and left the obelisks you parade around in the cities in Europe and the pyramids were black pharaohs from what we call South Sudan today. But here we talk now, in the 15th century, when the first Portuguese began going and the others started invading Africa, hunting for human beings, but they didn't consider us as human beings. That was said eloquently. They found what is written there. That's what they found. We're talking about a long, long time ago. I don't want to repeat that. We just asked me to say, what were you people before Europeans came to take us away from you? We were not savages. We were not ignorant communities. We weren't, some people even call us cannibals. But we wouldn't have survived if we were eating each other. We had food. Okay. My good brother has mentioned Mansa Musa as another aspect of plenty. By the way, I'd like to permit myself to add a little bit that in addition to the brutal violence the hunters of slaves came with, and beyond the corrupting style of getting people become saboteurs and collaborators, there is something that is very sensitive that I feel we should share thoughts on. Making people Christians. This was a very nebulous instrument that amputated the brain because we're supposed to believe with our reasoning. That was the approach. Close your eyes and pray. And Kenyatta says that when he did it, by the time he opened his eyes, the land was taken. He didn't have land anymore. So they engaged with the Mau Mau resistance. So, in addition to the brutal force that killed kings that did not submit or collaborate, there was the war of psychological numbing. People go and think God will do it. I can suffer. In fact, you should be glad, you should be happy that you're in these earthly suffering conditions, because the place in heaven will be yours. What about you people from Europe? You don't want to go to heaven? They said the poor will be the ones to be taken to heaven. And we say, oh yes. I've got to try and go fast. I put these things so that we can run according to the timepiece. We can also refer back to the Bible. The Bible is very clear about the Mansa. No, so not about the Mansa Musa. No, but the fact that Africans are very hospitable. We allowed people to come in. I mean, when Joseph brought his tribe, because there was famine in their country, Africans, those pharaohs, received them. They even promoted that boy to very high places. We do not discriminate. We are not racists. But what's special is that we do not have Africa recognized as a human society, but the Bible says it, we are. Africans are the people that provided refuge to Jesus Christ at birth. Romans were going to kill him. Talk about asylum. Jesus himself went to Africa, if you believe in him. And who is savage? First of all, we were attractive to the marauders, to the criminal savages themselves, because we had everything. Allow to go to the next slide. The resistance by African royals, the kings, I can't name them all. The Western narrative is as if kings delighted in having their people sold. Look at this. Nzinga, the Congo, the resistance of a king. They would Christian them, they would persuade them into religion, and they would, in faith, because Africans are spiritual, they would take you for talking the truth. But afterwards, Portugal began to look like they had wanted to take the Africans for idiots who tell them anything. And these kings normally rejected religion afterwards. And those letters, thank you so much. This man was talking to the king of Portugal at par. Africans don't think we are inferior to anybody. This is what we want our brothers and sisters born in this part of the world to know. If anything, we think we are superior, but we don't say so. Because we are spiritual. We wouldn't be spiritual. So we think God created everybody equal. We even accepted Europeans initially, you see, until they show the claws. You see, they come like cats. They walk smooth. And when the thing to be preyed on comes, they bring, and then Africans hit back. The most, I mean, I'm putting those things there, and it will remain available here, but I'd like to pay homage to Queen Nzinga of Angola today. It was the continuation of the Congo Empire. There is so much about Congo, a king that had to commit suicide in front of this stupid idiot. For insisting on taking his people, he just committed suicide. And we know that other kings turned against the Portuguese. But Queen Nzinga, this woman, could you please, sorry. This woman, because Europeans do not want to recognize in you a human being, and not even equal, and so they refuse to give her a place to sit. A representative of the emperor, she comes to talk to you, to negotiate, and you refuse to give her a chair so that she remains standing. And I think the rest, the historians know. I don't want to go into detail. That is the woman. That is the woman That woman speaks a lot, and don't be surprised, say, ladies and gentlemen, that we have in our delegation queens and kings. I think that one of the sources of my information says that if we had to make a Napoleon of Africa, that was the greatest soldier on the continent in confronting the Portuguese at the beginning of the enslaved business for nearly 37 years. She was in rebellion, a woman. And we talk about Africans enjoying selling their own people. I've got to go to the next. So, there is this name from Ghana, John Canoe. The story of John Canoe. And he embarrassed those that thought they were going to have a ride with Africans. Resistance is there. Professor Beckel said this strategy of deforming, falsifying, and hiding correct information and keep the fellow uninformed. The time has come for us now to bring out what had been hidden in the archives. That story is significant because Ghana is known as a place that sold slaves, but that man is a big legend in resistance, refusing to be considered as people who are kings of people, fathers to the nation, mothers to the nation, and being people who enjoy goods and having round-bellied tummies like jiggers at the expense of their own people. It's not African, but that's the image we've been given. Our kings and queens were fathers and mothers of their nations, and in the name of God. Now, I thought I should share with you some of those, the leaders in Africa that have been killed, murdered, imprisoned. They don't have names there. Patrice Lumumba, we should know. He was following the spirit of the Congolese resistance. Now, after him on the first line is Toussaint Louverture, the boy. Again, that is Africa in the Caribbean. Yes. He led independence even before the Africans would be colonized. So he's a model. Of course, that lady is there, the king. Up there is Amina from Nigeria. And we've got Toussaint Louverture again, because for me, I really salute him 1,000 times. Down under Toussaint Louverture is Almami Samori Touré. Almami Samori Touré of Guinea. He gave the French a running for the money. Jomo Kenyatta with his Mau movement. That's the resistance that was yesterday. After the Second World War, these boys think there is good land there, we go. And he gave them a journey to walk. Now, of course, our greatest recent resistant fighter, 27 years of innocent imprisonment, and the world, in the West, didn't seem to worry. That was a thing that upsets. Africans would not. You saw what Ibn Battuta wrote. Ibn Battuta said, those guys understand justice. They can't stand injustice. But Mandela, for 27 years, was in prison in our present day. And that is the resistance that is linked to the resistance Africans have always had. And then finally, Bayazan of Benin, the homie, on the left here. I was told that it will be a short discussion. I'd like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Our Royal Highness will now speak.
Your Majesties, His Excellency, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, our host, Dr. Brown, we thank you for hosting us and for your hospitality. The distinguished guests, the royals, the young and the old people that are gathered here today. I greet you in the name of our great warrior ancestors. Ndingumangxabane, ndingumeyiwe, ndingumdachi. Ndingurhibela, ndinguncokazi, ndingubhabha nomhlehlo, ndilutholo lomthwakazi, ndilimpondomise. I just introduced myself, citing my clans, as I give thanks to those who walk the path with me. Today, this is a very big day for me, and I think for most of Africans, especially the young people, that as a young person, I'm given this opportunity to present in a university in the Caribbean islands. A special greeting to the learners that are present here. I'm greeting you because you are special today. You have a task. You have work to do. Some of the things that we are going to be presenting and talking about here today, we're still not sure of them because our references are still the enemies. Our history has been written and recorded by the same colonizers and the invaders. And today I am happy to see you here because you have a task to rewrite this history and preserve it for the next generations to come. We are presenting here on the same topic of Africa before and after the start of the transatlantic trafficking in Africans, society, economy, political organizations, and resistance. Ambassador Namboka have already highlighted most of the things here in terms of the global context or the continental context. And of course, our hosts have given us the full background and a full lecture for me on the topics of today. My only thing that I'm going to highlight here is some of the things that have occurred in the southern part of motherland. Southern part will be South Africa as the country of origin for me, but maybe some of the surrounding countries. But I won't dwell much on those. And I just want to mention that I feel ashamed that I'm coming from a country with no name. My country is in the southern parts of Africa, so it's South Africa. I hope when I live here, someone will tell me what name must I give to my country, because the one that we have is geographical name. We have experienced a lot as black people, especially in our monarchs' kingdoms. Africans have migrated. Like Prof was mentioning here, that most of the time you will migrate along the rivers because of the fertile soil. And mostly we'll have a mention of the Nile River going down to the south as different nations. Or sometimes you find a group of people that will be led by one person, which will be referred to as a king at the time. Even though the British monarch did not want to compete with the black people on the terms of kings and queens. They only wanted that to remain the only monarch. Hence, we find ourselves referring to our kings as chiefs. These are indigenous rulers. These are indigenous leaders. These are the people that have been led by their ancestors, that have been shown the way through the spirituality. At the time, you will hardly find a king that is not gifted spiritually. Because if you're not, you cannot interpret maybe dreams, you will definitely have someone that is going to guide you and interpret whatever that your ancestors are telling you. You go to that spiritual diviner. We see some of those in other countries that are still practicing a lot in their traditions and spirituality. Through these migrations, we find that there have been those internal conflicts between these nations. I refer to them as nations, not tribes. So if you hear me saying nation, that means it's a tribe, maybe in a common term. But to avoid these things of tribalism, because these are the things that have caused the divisions that we have. Our ancestors were referred to by their names or their names of their fathers. We never had tribes before. It's the divide and conquer that have introduced these terms to us. Hence, I'm talking about nations because each leader, each indigenous leader will have a nation that is migrating with. They fought against land competition, production space, grazing land. And this is how the invaders took advantage. Because if you find people fighting, people of the same color, which is the black race, then they will take advantage of that and start to negotiate with one party so that they can advance that party with the guns and other equipment to defeat the other party, because they also had an agenda, which was stealing the land. And yes, they stole the land and they also captured our African people as slaves. But the difference is that the slaves that were captured in our countries were used in the same country to do the work for the British colonies, for the companies that were introduced by Jan van Riebeeck in our country. So we did not experience much of the slaves being taken away or black people being captured and taken away to the other countries. But they were enslaved in our continent. Some by the Arabs, by the Portuguese, some taken away to the Arabian countries. And even today, it is still happening, Professor. It is still happening today. You find our black sisters working in these Arabian countries as domestic workers. If someone goes to the restaurant, you find a black sister sitting there in the corner, not appearing that you came in with her in the shop. People still feel ashamed of us as a black race. These countries came captured, and the Bushmen that were there in the southern parts of Africa, you will find most of them in other countries as the Aboriginal people. They resisted. And some who would resist to be used as slaves were burnt down. In Cape Town, Pinelands, there is a chimney there, a wall that was built for them to be thrown into that hole and get burnt down because of their resistance. In that same place, it's where they have captured one of the kings, King Cetshwayo of the Zulu nation, and King Langalbalele of Amahlubi was arrested and then taken to Cape Town. And most of our kings were killed in the islands. They got arrested, they got killed in the islands. In Robben Island, in the island of Seychelles, I've heard some African kings were killed there as well. And in St. Helena, that is where King Dinizulu of Amazulu Kingdom was also captured, exiled, tortured, given white ladies to sleep with. So I'm not sure if that was a way of strengthening or of saying, no, we want this thing about black people, because I don't understand where this rape and torture that was being done to our black people, where it was coming from. Even when they were killing the kings, taking their skulls, some of them were asking themselves, how are these people doing all the things that they are doing? How are they so powerful? The skulls of our kings are decorating European houses as ornaments. Our kings were spiritual, as I've mentioned. And spirituality has always been something that is so powerful to us. Hence, they introduced religion. We're not religious people. Dr. Henry Clark mentions that there is pre-religion and post, because pre-religion means that we have never been religious. We have been spiritual, gifted people who will be able to see things before they happen. That is what our kings have done before. Today we are talking about kings who are able to make rain. But some of them were climatologists. Some of them, they will use prediction. They will see what is happening in the atmosphere, in nature. They will connect it to nature. So naturally, they will be able to understand that now there is drought that is coming to the land. And they will advise people to save food for the next 2 years if the drought is going to last for 2 years. Our kings will never have given away their own people to the whites or to the colonizers. When the colonizers came and understood how we do things, even in spirituality, because they had a mission. You know, I sometimes tell people, like, look, guys, you know, when these people came here, they were on a mission. They did not sleep. Sometimes people will say, no, you don't rest. I rest for what? Because the people that have done the damage to us never rested. How does one come and study a country and go back and bring a book that is talking about you and your spirituality? And is written in as if this book is coming from them while it's our own history. That means they have done so much work. That's why I'm challenging the young people out there. The Bible comes to Africa with our African stories. When did these people come and study that? So we cannot just sit and relax as young people. So they even studied our spirituality. They knew that we have prophetess, we have seers, imboni, amagogo, people that were guiding the kings. We have war diviners, someone who's going to guide a king in terms of war, how to form your military, how to attack, who is the enemy, and how you're going to defeat that enemy. King Mushweshwe in Lesotho had a prophetess, Mansumba, who was exiled to Free State in Vicksburg. There are caves there and the spring water, and she was there. And she was also converted to Christianity. And she practiced her spiritual gift and Christianity because she had to recruit black people to this religion, using her powers and also giving them the power to this Christianity. Because Christianity is a religion. There's no spirituality. Spirituality is only be brought by someone who is gifted and who is a black person. We have prophets that guided our kings. And one of the prophetess that I want to mention today, Prophetess Nongawuse. Prophetess Nongawuse from the Xhosa Kingdom. I'm mentioning this because there is so much controversy in her story. When Nongawuse was a 15-year-old girl, she went to the river, and it said that she had a gift because in the river, this is where you will talk to your ancestors, you will meet your ancestors, they start to talk to you. And she was, the people that are interpreting the message, saying that she was told to tell all the Xhosa people to kill their cattle. So that is one side of the story. And the Xhosa people did kill their cattle and burned their livestock. But another side of the story is saying that Nongawuse, yes, was told that the cattle must be killed because the Europeans have brought cattle with the disease. So most of the cattle were sick, and people would get sick from the milk, and they had to do what? To kill the cattle because of that disease. It could be that the cattle were already dying at the time. But who wrote our history? It's the same people that took Nongawuse, converted her to Christianity, and gave her Christian names. After the cattle were cleared, were killed, people starved, and they were taken, and they were used as slaves. Most of them in the mines in South Africa. Who owns the mines in South Africa? So you call that employment or slavery? Who's benefiting from those resources? And even today, what is the stats of unemployment in South Africa? The resources are there. But we are still enslaved. So the story of Nongawuse touches me a lot because thousands of people died because of hunger. You go to Eastern Cape, you'll find even structures of European settlers on top of where most of these people have died. They were killed. Because if we are going to say maybe Nongawuse met these two men and then they told her, go and tell the people to kill cattle, because already they were already inflating, they were all over the place fighting. Because when Nongawuse, the prophetess, came, it was already the 5th war of resistance in the Xhosa Kingdom, which lasted for 100 years. Go and Google frontier wars, young people. And you will see how our kings have fought the settlers from 1779 till 1878. And one of the kings, King Yintsa, was killed, and the soldiers cut the ear to show Queen Victoria that they have killed him. And they have done with many kings, taking their skulls, taking their parts to celebrate that finally we've got him. Because our kings were so powerful. Our kings were resisting with everything that they have. The cattle would be taken away, or some will work for them to get the guns, and then they fight again. King Mampuru of the Bapedi Kingdom, it's said that he fought with his brother, King Sekhukhune. You know, this is what they were good at doing, causing conflicts within the royal families. to weaken them. King Mampuru, after running, because they fought, as Prof was saying, you know, I was listening here, Prof was saying that we had this fertile land. And if you go to most of these countries where invasion have taken place, we find ourselves living in the mountains. It's not by choice, because what can you produce in the mountain where there are stones? It's because of, it's evidence of these wars, because you find that the beautiful farms are on the ground, everything, but our kingdoms are there by the mountains. You go to Limpopo in the South Africa, King Mampuru area, you find them there. There are big stones, nothing. What can you produce there? So it shows that even though we were migrating along the Nile River for fertile soil and all that, invasion took all that fertile land and chased people up to the mountains. Some were going to the mountains because of the skill for fighting. Because I was told that even King Mampuru had wisdom. When they go up the mountain, they knew that a bullet cannot curve. Therefore, the people that if they go up the mountain, those that are shooting won't kill them. So they were able to roll the stones and all that for them to defend themselves. So they had also these military skills, even though they were not taught. These are the things that fascinated the colonizers to say, how are these people doing it? Because we thought they were stupid, they were brainless. But they fought. So what I want to say today is that our kings died, got exiled. Their spirits are still in the islands. There's still a lot of work to be done. So when we come here to connect, there's still other work to be done, because some of them were exiled and killed in those islands. And some of them, their bodies or their body parts are missing because they were hanged in the prisons. They were imprisoned. Imagine the humiliation. The whole leader of the nation getting imprisoned and killed. So these are things that I want to share today, and hopefully through these dialogues and conferences, we can understand and dig deeper into our history and rewrite and retell the stories so that we can tell it more accurate. So there are other wars of migration that have taken place. A lot of people scattered around because the kings also were fighting for their power to capture people, to empower their military so that they can defend themselves. So there's so much that has happened in our continent, and more especially in South Africa. Sometimes it pains me because you find that this hatred, they are still passing on to the next generation. You find people not talking to each other because the kings have fought there or the brothers have fought there. But when we are here today, we are strengthened. We know that it is possible even to reconcile all the kingdoms in South Africa so that they can stand together and work with all the Caribbean islands and other people that are in the diaspora so that we can build, we can be in solidarity, we can fight for our justice, because injustice has happened and is still happening today. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Mike Barnett. No.
Thank you, Bawaji, Prof. Bawaji. And greetings to each and everyone here. So it is up to me, I guess, to bring the panel to a decidedly strong finish. First of all, I want to announce that I am actually a member of the National Council of Reparations. There was a mistake in it was an oversight that wasn't put into the program. But I just want to state that, so I am firmly for the cause of reparations, and you will see through my presentation that will come through. I also want to acknowledge the point that was raised about the resistance against the oppression of the Europeans and the slave trading that came about on the continent of Africa. And it's important that we have a model of resistance, that narrative that African people on the continent resisted this move towards slave trading. And those people who protested or put up any resistance against capturing other persons, other Africans, were really punished for that, were made an example of, as was just highlighted in our last presentation. So we have to be clear that this was the atmosphere that many of our African brothers and sisters on the continent faced. And I'm speaking mainly to people of the diaspora. So we are sensitive to this. But at the same time, as my colleague Stephen Golding mentioned in his first presentation, we also have to be aware of the fact that the Pan-African ethos never existed on the continent during the onset of this slave trading. And it's a pity it never existed. And it only came into existence when Africans, enslaved Africans, came to the West, right? So it was us, our ancestors in the diaspora, who formulated Pan-Africanism. Edward Blyden, Marcus Garvey, and so on. That tradition came out of the oppression and the severe inhumanity, the brutality, and also being ripped away from the continent of Africa. Didn't have the luxury of remaining in your various ethnic groups. And I appeal to my continental brothers and sisters, let's move away from this ethnic separation, this ethnic designation that I am always reminded of when I go to the continent, because people first identify by the ethnic group, and there's nothing wrong with that. But this creates an atmosphere of rivalry in some cases, and I think that's an issue in Ethiopia that we have to address. And I'm hoping that if the Battle of Adwa, and I'm glad that Stephen Golding mentioned it, the anniversary we celebrate today, and also the first, because it actually March 1st, March 2nd, we consider that the Battle of Adwa stretched over a couple of days, under the leadership of Emperor Menelik II, was a formidable and very, very significant landmark in history, because this is the first time that an African power on the continent outrightly and decidingly gave Italy a resounding beating. They beat them so badly, that is why Italy came back with a vengeance in 1935, right, under Mussolini, because they just couldn't deal with the embarrassment. They're the only European power that were unable to succeed in having, they're the only colonial power that were not able to succeed in getting a territory, the territory they really desired, which was Ethiopia. Now, having said that, we must learn from that important, significant historical achievement of the Ethiopians, that it is possible to beat the European powers. Another example we have, of course, is Haiti. Now, Haiti defeated Napoleon, the greatest ever general that France ever had. So the Haitian Revolution is not something we should just take for granted. You have a decidedly African population that are able to defeat a European population, and that shouldn't have happened. So we see precedents of that this can happen, but what Haiti had was unity. They had a Pan-African ethos, because not only did you had a Maroon community, but the Maroon community united with the enslaved Africans who united with the freed Africans, and even the so-called coloreds came in. And you had that united force that decided they were going to drive the Europeans out. That was a united force. In Jamaica, we've had a history of many rebellions, but we never had that unity. If we had had that Pan-African ethos, okay, I put it to you that the Taki rebellion would have been successful. Now, the Maroons signed a treaty, and in their estimation, it was to their advantage or to their benefit. But it also was to the detriment of a Pan-African ethos. So sometimes I am saying, no, we should learn from the past, learn from the mistakes, and we should realize and see the wood from the trees, that we have to look at the big picture, and that for the sake of a victory, it is better to unite with other ethnic groups and so forth, looking at what can be gained from that unity, rather than to remain in our ethnic camps, right? Because why are you going to settle for a small piece of the pie when you can have all of it if you unite? So that is our challenge moving forward. And this is why I'm glad that Prof. Beckles has hearkened on this global reparation movement, because I truly believe the only way we can really resoundingly obtain the reparations we all deserve is if we come together globally. And I mean my continental African brothers and sisters of the Caribbean, in the US. That is the only way I think it's going to happen. And some of us need to wake up and realize that, you know, that unity, that resounding, how are the European powers going to resist if the whole planet of people of African ancestry come and one voice and said, it's time to give us what you owe us, right? If we just speak as one small region, it's not going to happen. The US by itself cannot do it. But if all of us collectively, right, that is a significant proportion of the world population. How are you going to ignore that? So one of the things, if nothing else, I hope will come out of this is a stronger move towards this global reparation movement. Having said that, and that is something I think that we really need to think about and to strengthen, I'm just going to say a little case about Bulsa, a northern territory in Ghana. So I was in Ghana in January of this year, actually on University of the West Indies business, because I'm happy to say we now have a memorandum of understanding between the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, and UWI, which I have to say, yes, thank you. So I initiated that in 2019, and it took shape, and I'm happy, you know, Prof. Beckles signed the MOU on this side, and he signed on that side. And I was there at the University of Cape Coast to find out who was interested in embarking on the exchange, because now we have it in paper, it's about enacting it. And overwhelmingly, persons not only from the Institute of International and African Affairs, and also the Department of Sociology and Anthropology there, want to send lecturers over here, because Jamaica, I want to tell people, the Jamaicans here, is a great draw, certainly for our brothers and sisters in Ghana. And they say, we can't wait to come over, but we just need to work out how it's going to happen financially, if there is a salary exchange between the two institutions, or people come here with the requisite salary that they had from their former institution. Or if it's a genuine exchange where the person that comes here to Jamaica takes on a UWI salary, and the person who goes there takes on the Ghanaian salary. But we'll work that out, and hopefully something will happen in September. But going back now with Ghana, what I realized going into the northern region, that is where there were particular struggles and resistance stories against enslavement. Because you had the Ashanti from the south who were enslaving people in the northern territories, and then you had raiders from Niger who would come through Burkina Faso down into the northern territories. And there's a district called Bulsa, and it's very popular because of the battle against somebody called Babuta, right? And Babuta, who hails from Indunga in Niger, is a very famous warlord. And he recruited people from the Maasai, the Fulani, Hausa, and many people in his raiding force. And he took part in many slave raids in the northern territories of Ghana. But it was in the Battle of Sankana, in the mid-1880s that he came to his undoing. And how did he come to his undoing? Because his forces, the Zambrama people, who had guns, by the way, and they rode horses, were used to intimidating the the populations that they would seek to raid, you know, to actually enslave. And in this particular case, in Sankana, though, they were actually ambushed because, as it were, people had planned ahead for Babuta coming in with his normal raids. And it was in, Sandima that the battle was fought between Babuta and the people of Sandima. But not only Sandima, you also had people from other territories. Indeed, you had people from all of the Mbaise areas, and there are many towns. From the people who are familiar with Ghana will know that Mbaise occupies a wide area in northern Ghana. And basically, the 155 communities are located in places such as Chuchiliga, Wiaga, Daniga, Bachansa, Kadima, Sinesi, Wisi, and countless others, including Sadima. So the entire area and territory of Bulsa is actually referred to as Bullock, and the language is called Buli. So for Mbaise, this Battle of Sandima, which took place in approximately 1896, was very important because they only had bows and arrows, and they were able to defeat the forces of Mahmoud Babuta. They were able to defeat his forces who had guns, muskets, and horses. And they did that because they encircled him, and they just were able to overpower the forces. Also, they used camouflage. So they used some of the maroon strategies of warfare. And they were more familiar with the territory and the terrain than was Babuta himself. So this victory is one that's on the calendar. I just want people to make note of it. And that is an example of what unity can achieve strategically in the battle for freedom and battle for liberation. And it can be compared to all successful rebellions in the West, of which we don't have many to count on. But the Haitian Revolution is the model one for me, and it was only successful because of the unity that existed amongst all of the African populations. And Jamaica, unfortunately, we had many rebellions, probably the most in the Caribbean, but we were not successful because we never had the unity. So that, if nothing else, let's take that lesson from there, and we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Professor Shepard, do we have time for a few questions? I know we have been fed with much from the panelists, and I want to thank them very much. We started a little bit late, and consequently, we ran over what should have been the end of that session. That's why I was trying to get my boss to see if she wants us to take 5 minutes. Okay. I'm permitted to let the audience ask questions or comments, but please make it very brief. As Her Royal Highness was speaking, it reminded me of the picture I took of King Zaka the Zulu at Kwabulawayo, which was supposed to be the place of slaughter, the place of killing, where his last stand actually took place. Thank you very much. I saw a hand go up. Okay, so please, let's make it very brief because we are already over time. Yes, please. Thank you.
Welcome to the sisters and brothers who visiting. Welcome to the sisters and brothers who visiting from Africa. May we call you sisters and brothers, or we must call you highnesses? No.
Say all of the above.
No. No, I would like to hear from the sisters and brothers who come from Africa. What place first and second class citizenship have in our coming back together? First class citizenship and second class citizenship.
Incidentally, the African Union at inception had classified global Africa into 6 regions: East, West, North, South, Central, and the diaspora. So there are no first or second class among us. We are all descendants of the same people.
So how we're going to work with highness, not brothers and sisters, but highness and ordinary people?
Yes, because in all societies, even though we are the same.
In all societies?
Yes, in all societies.
Yes, McGee, what you're saying?
In all human societies, there are hierarchies.
Is that so?
As Professor Beckles explained in his plenary, that does not mean the humanity of anybody is diminished. In Yoruba language, we say it, Ari Omo Bato Deruri, Ari Iwofa to Doloro. In Yoruba society, those who were, for one reason or the other, lose their freedom and were serfs in communities have reason to become kings. That's what Professor Beckles was trying to explain, that the peonage, the chattel that happened in the Americas was absolutely new in human history. It had precedent in ancient Greece, where this demon that they call democracy came from. Many of us don't do the research. Many of us are just lazy scholars. That's why we embrace a lot of the myths which we are trying to debunk. So I understand what you are saying, sir.
No, hold on.
Yes, sir.
I am a Rastafari. I do not, you hear this, sir? I do not worship Haile Selassie. The only nobility and monarchy come about because of the enclosure of land, and the only difference between the rich and the poor is the deprivation of land and the monopolization of land by others, and there is no place for first and second class citizenship forward. No place. Haile Selassie knew that he is the last monarch was going to run Ethiopia, and from he was a little boy, he was trained by Mawon, his father, who led the forces in the Battle of Adowa and was also the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ethiopia. He was taught from he was a little boy. Menelik wants me, Mawon, to replace him, but I'm not going to live long. It is likely that you will do so. Slavery must be abolished in Ethiopia. The Church of Ethiopia must be made to know they must give up the land and the monopoly of the land that the church and the nobility of Ethiopia maintain. Haile Selassie know that there's no place for first and second class citizenship. And my Rastafari brethren and sisters, for years, many of us, like most groups in the world, who say that they are the chosen people, look upon the other people as below them. Just as how Islam teach their people that they are God's people and the rest of the people are below, Rastafari thought, some elements of us thought that we are higher than the rest of the people and the rest are below. As the Maroon believe that they are higher than the rest of the people and they are equal with the people who they signed treaty with. And right around the world, the elite of people believe that they are superior to the rest of the people. And I tell you this, the same people who traded us, some of them take pride in being highness this and highness that. You better have another think.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, over to you, sir. The gentleman in the... Can you please... Yes.
Quickly, Dr. Damien Dublin, chairman of the Dominican... Easy now, man. Respect you, brother. Respect you. Ask a question.
So we will take your question and the other gentleman, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Damien Dublin, chairman of the Dominican Reparations Committee. Let me first commend the organizers of this event. Tremendous. All the speakers spoke on different perspectives, and it's like different perspectives, but all of them leaning towards helping us to understand the parameters. I like what the brothers say in terms of the change of terminology of the Maroons, but I would like probably coming out of that some suggestions. I also feel we need to change the terminology. Instead of slaves, we could use words like enslaved Africans, which would bring all the real message as to what happened. So I'm here and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling proud to be an African and connected. And I'm sure when we leave here, we're going to be more enlightened and we're going to work together for the reparations cause, which you know is just and ethical. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss? Pardon?
Hello,
yes.
everyone. My question may
The last one will be by the gentleman behind, and then we'll, take a brief response, and then we'll close the session. Thank you.
I think my question may be for Professor Shepherd. I wanted to understand the extent to which the reparations movement is being supported by Africa, people in the various parts of Africa, East Africa, West Africa. I know, or perhaps there are persons on the panel who could answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Last question from the gentleman.
Bless the Lord. I have something to say. I have a problem with being called African. I'm a Nubian, Abyssinian, a Cushite. We never call the continent Africa. It's when the Europeans invaded the continent and built a fort in Africa and carved it up like a turkey that it became Africa, and we became enslaved Africans. Now, here in this island called Jamaica, injustices have been done. As Senior Superintendent Adams said, every Jamaican is a thief because he has known about the conspiracy against Sabuna Bonga Blackheart with the alternative union policy line of Judah eat up that brought out the Black Abyssinian comprehensive policy. Jamaica burnt up in the pit of sandstone to ash, and all the wicked perish. And the city of the Almighty, New Jerusalem, Cushite Empire, New Solomonic Dynasty, Utopia, has risen like a phoenix from the ash. And upon this foundation I build my church, and the gates of hell shall never prevail against it. Now we have the free waterway, international transatlantic seaports for the free movement of goods and services of the Coptic Church Pioneer Mission, and the Haile Selassie Rastafari Royal Ethiopian Judah Coptic Church, zero-rated status, unlimited commercial line of double indemnity clause, full tax exemption and duty-free concession. And we have the line of Judah sovereign monument for unlimited credit. Now, the wealth of creation is distributed according to the Feast of the Tabernacle. And I, Judah, have my feast days. So Israel shall glean the field freely for the next 1,000 years. And any ocean vessel passing through our territorial waters and come to our seaports will take what we want freely and administer the rest. Preferably sell it to the Crown Council in Cairo to give to the Jacksonville freely. We're going to glean the field freely for the next 1,000 years. So therefore, the injustices being done here from Abuna Bonga Blackheart got the Bill of Rights. I was supposed to make titular head of state status, doing away with the Roman proletariat. Everything since then till now is fraudulent, ill-gotten gains. I must be held by my church. These false leaders and those who abhor my statutes and precepts, those especially who took part in the last fraudulent elections, must be extradited to the United States, never to come back. And only Ethiopians remain here to avail themselves of my largest freely good services and amenities. We must have a free state. This bread of sorrow, this money that you all have,
Thank
it's
you
a bread
very
of
much.
sorrow.
Thank you very much, sir. We will, yes, the panel, we just need one person to respond. Please, I know that all of you have a lot to say to what has been raised, but because of time, you know, if you don't mind, we can have the discussion since we are going to be here till evening. Stephen, thank you. You can use this one.
I'm going to take 15 seconds for this because Doc here can answer about this, the continental support of the reparation movement. But I believe that is the purpose of the IDO Network International and why they are here, to show continental support for the reparation movement. The Vice Chancellor referenced the President of Ghana, and there are others. You know, remember the fact that South Africa as a country in itself suffered from colonization, whether you want to say it or not. Apartheid was like slavery that went way beyond our emancipation era. So they have had their own reconciliation. Reparations as black people is picking up momentum as a global movement, and this is what many of the panelists spoke to. I want to make two other points real quickly. As Professor Boaji stated, how the AU has structured the African Union into 6 regions. But I would like our continental support network here to add some support to the voice that we are the only region that does not have a voice in the Union, in the Pan-African Parliament, which is headquartered in South Africa. Each African country is allowed to appoint 5 members to the Pan-African Parliament. We have CARICOM, which is a 14, 15 country strong bloc of countries that are predominantly of African descent in terms of their demographics. It's time that we are allowed to send our 70 representatives to the Pan-African Parliament. And finally, in just a response to the brother there, Ethiopia is a Greek word. Abyssinian is an Arab word, right? You know, Marcus Garvey often said that Negro, which he says comes from the Niger people, the people of the Great River, was the best word to define us. And we kick over that in the 70s. But he said, legally, there are many Africans who are not Negroes, right? And there are black people in the world who are not Negroes either. We can't define ourselves by a color or by national boundaries that have been corrupted. Joel Augustus Rogers said the word Africa can be traced back to Egypt, to Afruika, which means the land of upper truth. Let's not major in the minors. Unity is important, not what we call ourselves. Blessed love.
Please, just a minute. Just 1 second, please. Come.
Just a word, please. I think that it would be fair, beyond Ghana, to mention that Kenya, even during the Durban 2001 conference, it was only the Kenyan ambassador, woman ambassador, who supported the Caribbeans. Now, that is something that we hadn't flagged. But more than that, the people that you see here are not from one little place on the continent. we represent the new spirit in our own diversity as we present here. And we are going from here as civil society. I respect my young friend who said, Pan-Africanism is a notion that came from the children of Africa in the diaspora. Civilians, they were not ministers or presidents. Marcus Garvey, Antenor, Firmin, pardon. These things are coming from civil society. And we've come here as civil society. Then we shall ignite the wick of support for the reparations movement. We're here, we are going to be your emissaries on the continent.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thanks to the audience.
So let's thank our panelists, and it's okay to have differences of opinion. It's okay to have emotions. It's okay. We are here to listen and to engage with each other. And this space will not be the only space within which you'll be able to have these conversations. You're going to go to the bazaar, you're going to have lunch, you're going to do all of these things and talk to each other. So thank you, panelists. And let's, our online audience, we have to let them know just to stand by for a couple of minutes while we change panels and go to the panel before lunch. Okay, so may I ask Professor Ahmed Reed and that panel to come forward? And thank you so much again to our panel one.
I wish to offer my own personal welcome to members of Africa's royal family with us here. I'm Sonia Stanley Nair from the Institute of Caribbean Studies on the Mona campus. I want to, in the interest of time, suggest all protocols observed and that I will not extensively introduce our panelists, but to say to you that we will have this order. Dr. Ahmed Reed, Associate Professor at Bronx College, New York, will speak first. Her Royal Majesty, Queen Cynthia Khumalo Mzilikazi III, Royal Mzilikazi Kingdom of the Zulu Nation, South Africa, will speak second. And then His Royal Majesty, Dr. Robinson Tani, King of Tino Embu, Cameroon, will speak last. And in that order, I'm going to invite our panelists to address us. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just waiting on the technicians to start. But while they're doing so, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here with you this afternoon. All protocols observed, so let me just start with a disclaimer that the views that are expressed here today are my personal views, and they do not reflect the views or policies of the organization, the board, or management of the company that I work for at this current point in time. I would like to start with a quote attributed to the American anti-lynching campaigner and civil rights icon Ida B. Wells that I quote, "The way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them," end quote. Colonial European powers such as Britain, Portugal, France, Spain, Netherlands, Brandenburg, Prussia, or Germany, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and I could list a few more, invested in and profited from the trafficking in Africans. Monarchs such as Queen Elizabeth I, Queen Anne, King Charles II, King James II, King William III, and George I, and I could list other royals from Britain, Louis XVI from France, Philip V from Spain, Christian IV from Denmark, and King Gustav of Sweden, all invested in the trafficking in Africans and were beneficiaries as well. What we have become accustomed to is historical amnesia, or even denial, and in some quarters, scholarship, that has relegated their involvement to the footnotes of history. A narrative that continues in some quarters to champion Britain's role in ending the trafficking in Africans, rather than their role in forging one of the darkest chapters in human history. Ladies and gentlemen, the disavowal of the past is an active process. So my presentation today is to break the wall of silence around the trade and to show how European monarchs' involvement in the trafficking in enslaved men, women, and children, and their involvement in the trafficking of men, women, and children to the Americas, but also to show their enrichment from the exploitation of enslaved people and their firm belief in a racial hierarchy that brought terror to enslaved people, that dehumanized black bodies, and placed them and their descendants firmly at the bottom of the social, political, and economic order, with devastating generational consequences. The intention is to shed some light on their involvement in one of the most brutal and violent moments of modern civilization. I'm trying to get this thing to work. How do I? How do I change? It's not. Well, while they're, yes. Where do I point this? Which one? Oh, down. Okay, sorry. So, I'm not sure if you can see that, but that's official documentation in the calendar of state papers in the UK that showed Queen Elizabeth I and her relation with John Hawkins around the 1560s, and to be exact, from 1562 through 1567. What you'll see during this period is a phenomenal growth in Britain's involvement in the trafficking in Africans. And what I'll talk you through are the major changes in the reorganization of the trade as a result. Professor Beckles mentioned this morning the establishment of charters or monopoly. I will talk you through the financing of the trade and also the use of state machinery to generate mind-numbing profits. Now, the first major change was the way in which raided missions to Africa were financed. And what emerged during this latter part of the 16th century, to be exact, was public-private partnership and financing. And you see this between 1562 through 7, when Elizabeth I, members of her court, and other speculators invested in 3 of Hawkins' slave-raided missions. They provided Hawkins with ships, money, and guns. Now, Harry Kelsey, in his book, Sir John Hawkins, Queen Elizabeth's Slave Trader, highlighted the fact that, Elizabeth even allowed Hawkins the use of the royal vessel or ship, the Jesus of Lubeck. Now, these raided missions were extremely profitable. And Kelsey points to the profits in on the second mission, to be exact, where he said the returns on their investment was 60%. Now, at any time and under any circumstance, a 60% return on investment is quite substantial. And so what this showed early is that the trafficking in black bodies was a lucrative business to Europeans. Now, Professor Beckles touched on the Stuart dynasty, but I'll do a little bit on it as well. Elizabeth's successors, particularly the Stuarts, and we're talking from 1603 to the death of Queen Anne in 1714. They applied the same model that I mentioned with with Elizabeth I in this public-private financing, and invested heavily in the trade. In 1631, Charles founded the Company of Royal Adventurers. The company was later rebranded, reorganized in 1663, and called the Company of Royal Adventurers, and we know what the adventure there entailed. The principal investors in those companies were Prince Rupert, James, or Duke of York, who later became King James II. Now, given a royal charter by King Charles I, the company was given an exclusive monopoly to, and I quote, buy and sell and barter Africans, goods, wares, and merchandise to be sold or found in West Africa, end quote. And it is estimated that the company's annual returns on the sale of enslaved people was £100,000 at the time. Now, when you calculate that into today's equivalent, that amounts to £220 million, and that was their annual return. Now, it is also said that the returns on trade in gold and merchandise was twice as much. So you begin to get a sense of the scale and the magnitude of that. And the governor of the company at the time, or if you want to call that person the chief operating officer, was King James II. Now, due to mountain debts, the Company of Royal due to mountain debts, the Company of Royal African Adventure was reorganized in 1672 and was given a new charter and a new name, the Royal African Company, which again was given a monopoly to traffic in Africans. Now, as Trevor Bernard stated and others, under royal blessing, the company became the single largest trader in British history. But what I find quite interesting is the seal of the Royal African Company. And when you translate it, it's in Latin, and it's translated, and I got the translation from the British Museum. It says, by royal patronage, trade flourishes. By trade, the realm. A tacit acknowledgement of the benefits of this particular trade. And we know what they're talking about when they're talking about the trade here. It's a benefit that they're deriving from their trade in enslaved Africans. But let me give you some perspective what we are talking about here. Now, these are the companies, you know, the charters at the time, Royal Adventures, Royal African Company, South Sea Company. You get a sense of how many Africans were trafficked, men, women, and children. So, for example, during its time, the Royal African Company trafficked 45% of those who were trafficked were children by the Royal African Company. But for further perspective, though, I wish you could see this bigger, but for further perspective, what I did was to look at the total trade of the Royal African Company against the total trade in Africans at that particular point. And if you look at the decades 1680 to 89, this one company got or was more or less involved in 30% of the trade in Africans. One company owned by the royal family. So when you look at the larger trade and look at the Royal African trade, they captured 30% of the market. Now, let's move on because I know in the interest of time. Now, so the Royal African Company was a joint stock company. And what this means is that you had investors who would purchase shares, enjoyed returns based on the value of those shares. The question worth asking is how the value of those shares were determined. The British royal family's involvement and support of the Royal African Company, or RAC, was attractive to investors. It had royal backing, blessing. You had you had Charles II, James II, William III as major shareholders. So it was attractive. It was an attractive investment. And the second major change I want to highlight, and Professor Beckles touched on it a little today, is the use of the Royal Navy to protect RAC ships as well as ships from the South Sea Company on their raiding missions to Africa. Not only to protect the ships, but to protect the barracoons or the forts, and also to stifle African resistance to enslavement. So the world's most powerful navy's role was to protect the national interest, Professor Beckles mentioned that, and by extension that of the royal family. As such, raiding missions brought a steady stream of profit, thus increasing A, the value of the share, the value of the company and its wealth, and by extension, the wealth accrued to the royal family and other investors. And some of the major investors beside the royal family, we're talking about John Locke, the philosopher who talks about liberty, and Isaac Newton. There were other, because it was the stock, the company to be a part of, and the major shareholders there were the royal family. Now, quickly, there were other investors in the trafficking in Africans. William's successor, Queen Anne, in 1713, when she signed with King Philip V of Spain the Treaty of Utrecht, which ended Britain's involvement in the War of Spanish Succession, And at that time, Spain granted Britain the asiento, which was a 30-year license to supply 4,800 enslaved people to the Spanish colonies. That contract was sold to the newly founded South Sea Company for £7.5 million in 1713. That's $16.5 billion in today's money. Queen Anne, her son, and future King George I, King Philip V of Spain, had significant holdings in the South Sea Company, retaining close to a quarter, almost 25% of the company's profit. Now, how profitable was the South Sea Company? In 2019, Reuters had an article where they said the company's market worth was twice the total value of all land in England at that time. Now, again, profitability was guaranteed because the South Sea Company, like the Royal African Company, were afforded the protection of the world's most powerful what? Navy. Of course, the speculative bubble burst in 1720. The South Sea Company flopped, but we can move on from there. Now, Professor Beckles touched on this, and I'd like to reiterate the point that not only were they investors in the trafficking in Africans and beneficiaries, right, but they were also opposed to the outlawing and the outlawing of the trade. They used their political clout to oppose abolition. And this was recently highlighted by Trevor Bernard in an article where he highlighted the role of King George III and his sons, who were supporters of slavery and West Indian planters. And Bernard stated that 7 royal dukes opposed abolition during the debates in the House of Lords. William, the Duke of Clarence, that Professor Beckles mentioned, later King William IV, was, according to Bernard, and I quote, a leader of the pro-slavery lobby. Now, so let me take the story on the British to a conclusion, and if time persists or allows, then I will move on a little to the Danes and the Swedes and others, because the model is more or less the same. They all created these companies. They were major shareholders. Those shares were attractive because of their involvement, and they profited immensely from all of this. Now, what you see on slide 6 is the story about the Lascelles, who migrated from Britain, at the time, going to the Caribbean, speculation, they're going to go there, and so the Lascelles family, Henry and George, they had significant interest in the Caribbean from 1648 to 1975. And Professor Beckles' book, Britain's Black Death, on that cover there is a descendant of the Lascelles. I think it was at that point when they finally got rid of their Caribbean holdings up to 1975. Now, from humble beginnings, what you will learn is that the Lascelles would rise, and this is what, I can't remember his name now, Smith, called gentry capitalism. From humble beginnings to climb the social strata of British society to now becoming a peer, if you want to call it that. So from just a speculator to now becoming the first Earl of Harewood. Now, let me go to the next slide. No, let me stick with this one for a little. The first Earl of Harewood. Now, when Edward Lascelles died in 1820, and again, this is wealth generated from enslavement, his death, his value, or wealth at death was £250,000 or 211 million pounds in today's money. And so you see from this particular slide their holdings in the Caribbean, the wealth generated from this, and so forth. Where am I going? Where am I going with all of this? So from the first Earl of Harewood to the second, to the third, to the fourth, to the fifth, you know, it's now in the family. They're becoming, you know, part of the gentry. In 1928, on February 28th, 1922 to be exact, the sixth Earl of Harewood married Victoria Alexandra Alice Mary Windsor. In other words, from slave owner to now a member of the British royal family. So there you have that picture, that grand occasion with the sixth Earl of Harewood marrying at Westminster Abbey in London. Now, she was the daughter of George V, the only daughter, but the third in line. And why this is important, let me take you through this story, is that being the third in line, the first in line would have been Edward, and we know Edward abdicated. So the second in line was Albert, who later became George VI. George VI, I think the story comes to full circle, George VI. Is who we know as Queen Elizabeth, of the Queen Victoria frozen. So from slavery and enslavement to the royal family, the story has come full circle. Now, there is a charity in the UK called Historic Royal Palaces Charity, where they are investigating ties between the trafficking in enslaved Africans and historical royal residences like Kensington Palace. And what they're saying is that it's not inconceivable that all properties used by the Stuarts that I've mentioned, from Charles all the way through to Anne, Queen Anne, right? That all the properties used by the Stuarts would have some element of money that was derived from the exploitation of enslaved Africans. So that is the story of the British. I'm not here, quickly, one more minute. I'm not here to talk only of the British. Let me go quickly and talk about Denmark. 1 minute, I'll finish on Denmark. Well, Denmark, when you look at the trafficking in enslaved Africans, Denmark would have ranked 7th. Trafficked over 100,000 Africans to the Caribbean. Now, at the heart of this is the role of Danish monarchs, not just once. If you start from King Frederick III and you go through, you know, you'll see the kings of Denmark and their involvement. But who I'm really interested is King Christian V, because in 1671, King Christian granted the Danish West India Company a charter to colonize what we now know today as St. Thomas, right? And establish a plantation system there. And again, the king, like the other kings I've mentioned, he was the major investor, right? Now, in 1674, the Danish West India Company took control of the trafficking in Africa. The company was renamed the Danish West India and Guinea Company, and its purpose, of course, was to do what? To look after the king's interests on the continent. Now, according to Eric Goebel, the King Christian at that time had almost a 10% stake in that company. But let's look at the dividends overall. According to Goebel again, the dividends to shareholders from 1690 to 92 was around 4%. It increased to 12% in 1714. and annually from 1734 to 47, on average, 7%. But the King of Denmark's role is not only in the trafficking in Africans, because the company, which he was a major shareholder, owned plantations on St. Thomas, and by extension, he himself was now an owner of what? Enslaved people on the island of St. Thomas. And so if you look at the work by Vibe Maria Martens, her article is called Royal Slaves in the Danish, Norwegian, West Indies. She highlights that very fact. I'm sorry, yes. So in closing, I could talk all evening, but in closing, I hope I was able to shed some light on this topic. But more importantly, that the royal family acknowledge its role during this dark chapter of our history. So thank you very much.
I take no pleasure in discontinuing the education that we so need about the transatlantic trade in Africans. I'm going to now invite Her Royal Majesty, Queen Cynthia, to address us.
I'll want to praise myself in my language, so I know that you will not understand, but I have to praise myself. Wangena umzilikazi kaMashobane kaMangethe, ungibulase ukhumala umntungwa, amantungwa amhlophe, amantungwa amahle, abantwana benkosi owadla umuntu emiyenga ngendaba. Bayethe. Bayethe. Greetings. I would like to greet all the Royal Highnesses, Royal Majesties, His Excellence, the Vice Chancellor of the Universities of West Indies, and all protocol observers. I would like to greet the young ones that I'm seeing here. I'm so excited to see that at least we've got young ones who are interested to come in here and to see us royals, because they always see us on TVs. They haven't seen us, you know, in person. So we are here in person. That's how we are. Remember, they always brainwash you and tell you that in Africa we live in a bundu, we are animals and all this. This is not true. Here we are. You can see we are just alive like everybody else. So that myth must come out of your mind. Yeah, you are one of us. Me and you, we are the same. You and I, we are the same. So thank you very much for the opportunity that we were given here at the University of West Indies to come and present ourselves as Africans, and to come and remove this myth of saying we sold you, because I know that you still have that anger to say these people, they are coming here to say they want us home, but forgetting that they're the ones who sold us for us to end up being here and being slaved and being tortured and all these things. I think I cannot repeat what my colleague said, because whatever I had written, he took it away from me. But I'll just add here and there so that I don't even take time. We Africans, we never sell anyone. I'm still repeating that. We never, ever sold anyone. All these are myths that we put into your brain so that we hate each other, so that you cannot communicate with us, even if the time of reparation, of emancipation, so that you don't come back home. So they fed you in a sort of nomenon to say, if we say that these people, they will go back into their loved ones and become the same. Even our kings were also captured. They were also enslaved. Some of you here, you are royals, and you don't know that. Because, amen, amen, someone said he knows. That's better. So you see that even the monarchs, the royals, the kings were captured. Because before, we never had anyone who was called a chief. This came after the Breton when they were degrading our titles. We are only kings and queens, prince and princesses. This is how we were called. But because they say there's only one king and one queen in the whole entire world, it was King George, and then comes Queen Victoria, then comes Queen Elizabeth. So it was like that. So it's so difficult to say chief, but now because this is what we've been called for many years. So we've got chiefs, we've got paramount chiefs, you know, we've got, if you are too strong, they will not drop you to chief. They will say paramount because they know you are too strong, just to make you happy, and then there was no king. So now that's why we have the title king, we have paramount chiefs, and head men and head women. So this one is the story for later, not for now. When we talk about tradition, yes. So the worst part that we are here for is to come to you people in Caribbean, America, and everywhere else. People who were captured. You know, when you call the name enslaved, it's so deep and touchy. And we know that you were captured brutally. This is not fun, because you end up where you did not even know, and you were just mixed on those boats. You know, they will take people from Kenya, mix with people from Sierra Leone, mix, because we were tribes that time. We know our countries did not have name. Though South Africa is Azania, but it's not in books. So because it's the country that is at the end, the south part, that's why they say South Africa. But it's Azania, that is its name. By the way, I'm Queen Mzilikazi III, Queen of Africa, Mother of Nations. They call me Mother of Nations. So I'm Mother of Nations, so I'm Mother of everyone. So I'm introducing myself so that you know who's standing here. Yes, I come from the southern part of Africa, which is our tribes are in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Mozambique, and South Africa. I'll start here to say, I'll read because of time. If I talk, I preach when I talk. So I will start by, I don't know, I mixed the pages now. I don't know which is page number 1, now page number 2. But bear with me, I will catch up. We're talking about the slavery, that kings of Africa never sold anyone. Rulers of Africa never sold anyone. It's all myth. It's all things that were put in our mind. You know, there was the wage of terror, which was done in Africa. And they targeted and destroyed our leaderships. And there was nothing like a passage of saying if a king sees people being captured, said, no, go to another tribe. It's not true. Those people, they will be conquered. Those whites, they will be conquered. When they see them coming, then they will ask, why didn't you capture a Queen Zenga? They will just say, no, they said we must come and capture you. Why leaving them? So if you're an intelligent person, you ask yourself that, how can they give you a passage to go and capture the other person when they leave you behind, and their motive was to capture you for slavery? So there are many things that are not true. And remember, this history was written by them who were not educated. We could not read or write. So whatever poison that they were poisoning our black brothers and black sisters, they will take it because they thought that they were telling through. How can someone who's not in your favor write good things about you? There's nothing like that. So these are the things that we want to correct. And even worse, came the time when they brought, they came with Bible. Do you know that kings and queens were killed if you refuse with your community for them to learn about the Bible, to learn about God? That's when they stripped our powers. Because we were believing in our ancestors, and our ancestors were giving us powers. We knew what to do. We knew what our culture was destroyed. Everything was destroyed through them. So what I'm pleading here, standing here, because everything was totally said. So I don't want to repeat what was said. Is to say, our brothers and sisters, we must not take what our people who enslaved us, take what they have said. We came to stand here and say there is no mother or a father who allow a child to go with a stranger, no matter what. That's why others, they end up died. That's why others, they end up being killed, because you cannot let go of your people, not even knowing where they are going. That's why they end up taking our royals, our kings were captured, because he would say, if you're saying my people are going, I'll go with them. I cannot be left behind, not knowing where my people are going. So these are all things that they make us to start hating each other. They divided and ruled us. Even up to today, they started giving us names of the countries, dividing and ruling us, so that we hate each other, so that you know that, okay, in Kenya they speak their own language and they are not my brothers because they are not South Africans, or they are not Namibians, or they are not what. South Africa was even worse, because it just got their independence, their freedom in 1994. After you people, you had yours. How many years? After 300 years, we had yours. That's when we had our independence. Just now, to show that we're enslaved. We were enslaved. We refused with our people, but still, they enslave us in our country. So what's the difference of saying we sold you? We sold you for what? And what did we gain? Because we were also enslaved. Just sit down and think about this. Because I can say that people, they don't understand what happened to us. We were also enslaved in our own country. They took everything away from us, from our livestock, our land, and also our minerals. Today, if you go to the vault of Queen Elizabeth, all our gold in Africa is there. How did it reach there? Exactly. How did it reach them? Because we were enslaved. You know what? The very same thing was happening to you. It happened to us. You know, they used to hang us in the field to plow for them. Not even using goats, not even using cattle that we have. They will use us human beings. We were pulling that plow to plow for them. And they will exchange and barter. And people, it's so hard to explain how we were enslaved. You would think it was only you alone. We in Africa, it was the same. They used to potatoes, when we were tilling the ground, removing potatoes. They will say we must use our fingers, not even a stick. So we were enslaved in our own country. Not to say you people in diaspora, you were more than us. It's equal. It's only that we did not see each other that time. We did not know each other. We did not even know what happened to the people who were left behind. With this, because it's too emotional to me, I will rest my case. Thank you. Bayete!
Thank you so much. Her Royal Majesty Queen Cynthia Kumalo, I cannot pronounce the last name in the way that she did, but I'm going to try again as I did. Mzilikazi? Yes. I want to big up the students who are with us from Alpha. Yes. Give them a clap, yes. And now I want to invite His Royal Majesty Dr. Robinson Tanye, King of Tino Embu from Cameroon.
Hey, Jay. Dibo, wa. Dibo, wa. Dibo, wa. E. Oh. To those who deserve it. We have come here to close the gap, to build a bridge. I'm an African king. I take responsibilities for what has happened and what is present. As a leader in Africa, we are firefighters. Traditional rulers move with water in their mouth because at any minute, they get into firefighting and they have to pour water. Our role is to calm down the tension. We have no problems. Our problem, someone said here, is the victory, the jealousy, the pride, the wisdom, and all that we have. That's why they came looking for us. They've used our labor because they took only the strong men and women. They deprived us of the productive aspects linked in our community. And today, they stand unashamed, refusing reparations that we have not even determined, because you can't determine the iota of blood, of strength that has been used. I want to invite you, after invoking the spirits of my people, of our ancestors, that you kindly stand up. Because I want to invite a minute of silence for those departed hurtfully, in pains, drawn out of their homes, put in captivity, transported to unknown areas like Jamaica. This is not Africa. Some died on the way. They were thrown overboard. And others died here. Can we give them just a minute of silence? May the ancestors of Africa that we commonly belong continue to be with us and take this drive forward. Empower them. Thank you very much. Sit down. We have just listened to many very brilliant presentations here and exposés from very eminent people who have given us very compelling arguments why we should say, hey, I want to first of all also apologize that CARICOM and the Caribbean governments did not get the kind of backing that they would have gotten, or they should have gotten in Durban 2001. Else this would have been behind. Let us start apologizing for those things. As a matter of fact, I'm not here to make any kind of tell you something that you've not heard. I've gone through Professor Beckel's essays, and in fact, I went back into writing notes when he was talking here, because he's a master, he's a fighter. I just came from a conference, an international conference. You must have heard about Kalala Omotunde. He came to Africa, and we talked about a new narrative. And he came and passed away just 2 weeks after. And who knows how these men, like Professor Beckles, they are risking their lives and themselves because they are fighting for us. We have come to show ourselves that, going by the theme, we as Africans live in love, in solidarity. I met him the first time, I was able to embrace him, just like the wife and all of us here. It's because it is natural, it is spontaneous, and we have been abused because we allowed the Europeans who were, we don't know what they were looking after, came to Africa, and because we allowed the corridors in, they did like the story of the camel and the headspan. He wanted just to, oh, it's very hot out there, let me just put only my nostrils. From the nostril, oh, let my head, the neck, and finally he threw the headspan out of the head and occupied it. We would be spending our time crying over spilled milk. Africa must move forward. The spirit is coming. We may not live to see it, but when we fall behind Marcus Garvey, his spirit, his vision, that is Africa, and it is coming. I said earlier that I'm just going to make a declaration. Kings don't speak very much. A lot has been said already that has punctured the various areas. Whoever wanted to know must have known. We have been fighting 400 years ago. We've lost a lot of lives, and we want to stop that hemorrhage. We have to. And we should look for other ways to do this. If our leaders, the political leaders, have failed us, they did fail us in Durban, it is because we took the way top-bottom. Let us go with the idea of Edo, bottom-top. I stand to declare, to make this declaration very clear, loud and clear, that we take after the president of Ghana, Ado, who had pledged and brought in the states. At least something is moving. If he can be able to defend this at the level of the African Union or the United Nations as a state, that we, the communities, should be warming up from below. I want to assure you, sir, Professor, that we will do our own responsibility. It has already started with the Edo March, that we are going to mobilize at the grassroots and think differently, attack this differently. We don't give up. If we're giving up, or if we're those kind of people who easily give up, then America would have been free. The slaves in Africa, in America, wouldn't have got their liberty. If we had the spirit of the Maroons, we at least would get there somehow. I will just go through. For me, it is just a definition of terms, the myth, and the empowerment that we are supposed to give you. Yes, stories abound here, Europe, and in America, on Africans having their homes as well as sleep on treetops. I'm sure you must have heard about this, and all of you know this is not true. Of course, I didn't come down from a tree to be here. This is what can easily be described as a myth. And in English, they say that it's some kind of a story that's told again and again that serves to explain why something is the way it is. A widely held but false belief or idea, misconception, fallacy, and piece of fiction that narrates a chain of related or unrelated events. We are just victims. It's all a myth. We love ourselves very much. We've taken, I flew 21 hours to be here. It is out of love. Anything could have happened, but I've given myself up that I have to meet my people. And here, in this gathering, we are meeting our ancestors because you represent the ancestors that came here, and I am the ancestor of Africa that is here. It's a meeting of spirits. It's a meeting of you and me. It's a meeting that we have to link ourselves up and shame the devil that has always followed us and treated us as slaves and whatever. I stand to say that someone said here that those words like slaves, and we should just keep them away. Maroons and all, because it's like insulting ourselves. You're pointing there and look at the four fingers all pointing at you. For how long are we going to be doing this? Gentlemen and ladies, we salute this spirit because construed differently, a myth is a traditional story accepted as history that serves to explain the world view of a people. What a misrepresentation of the truth that Africa and their descendants have suffered for 400 years and ongoing on their fate that we are here to correct symbolically. What a fiction, only equal to the folktales of Ali Baba and some popular Greek myths depicting King Midas and his golden torch, or that of the Trojan horse, or the legendary of Odyssey. It is not true. We never took part to sell you or participated in any way because of the love we have for one another. The rapprochement that is easy for one another. We cannot be seen to be the same persons who are salesmen. Join us, and we join you. We join CARICOM in pursuing these people who took liberty to chase us out of our natural abode, where God alone had prepared and pointed to us for our living. We should not split heads on who is ahead and who is behind. I think that CARICOM is doing a good job. We salute them for that. Thank you very much, CARICOM. We want to say that the narrative has to change. It has to be debunked here. We have come to empower you and the generations to come in this struggle to let you know that you are not alone. We join ranks from this day onwards. Today's African generation of traditional leaders and their representation in us are here to give you the authority, power, and the confidence in the claims you will make henceforth in pursuit of reparation rights for the humiliations we have all suffered as Africans, wherever and from whoever. And let it be known that this day, and by this declaration, that we are neither Africans of European, American, Brazilian, Asian, or Caribbean origins, nor of the motherland apart. We are just Africans. All of us. We have a common descendants and we have a common destiny. Let us fight for our destiny rather than fight amongst ourselves. Black or colored, we are proud. We are able to achieve our struggle in a unique voice for reparations in dignity. We should be seen united. Someone said it here before. Unity is key. It is unity that brought the Maroons together. It is only when we are united that you are warm and you have the strength to fight, you have the courage to fight. Again, I still say the Durban talks did not honor us. But we are here as a community to tell that a different story, that the leaders, whatever must have happened, you know why. They are not leading us from the front. They are just doing this because they are looking for their positions. They want to remain. The president of Cameroon is 90 years. He's been there for 45 years, sitting on the same throne. How can a 90-year-old man be able to steer the steering of I don't know what kind of a vehicle, even if it is a light-handed vehicle? It's not because you need to think. We have to stop sit-tight aspects and give others a chance. Promote those who have the opportunity to and the energy and the mentality, whatever. We have to follow Gavi. He just did his own. Today we have the Bekels, we have Ugandas, and the rest. Until we know that we are from a common origin, we would always not want to support the others. Please, the Black has suffered a lot fighting each other. This fight amongst ourselves is not helping the struggle in any way. It makes us not free. It compromises our freedom and the genuine interest and request for compensation, reparations, and thus distances us from receiving the mere words of, we are sorry. That's all what we're asking from these gentlemen who came torturing in our backyards and took people away, and our best people. They did rupture the socio-economic fabric of Africa as it was, because they took the stronger people. They took the more intelligent people. So you are descendants of intelligence, wisdom, strength. We only lack the courage and the need to come together and make ourselves, and change the story. We are sorry from the mouths of those who victimize us and promise social and economic development, which we are still waiting until today. It is now time for the truth to be spoken unerringly from all the mountain and treetops of our various abodes in America, Brazil, Asia, motherland, Africa, and CARICOM countries, for a new narrative and approach, my brothers, for a bottom-top approach, my sisters. The way is forward. We will be there. Take the courage to move on. the likes of, I keep coming to Beckles, but there are others. There are very few who are making this sacrifice. But sometimes the courage to go forward comes from how the leader, the lieutenant, the general looks behind and sees people following him. We have to change the narrative and change our stand to be dignified followers and not just hand clappers of what he is doing, other people are sacrificing. It is important to note that compensation or the payment of money is only one of the many methods of material reparations. Other types include the restitution of civil and political rights, physical rehabilitation, and granting access to land, housing, healthcare, education. There are other methods of reparation, and that's what our political leaders up in the countries of Africa are afraid of. How do they turn around and give free land to those people when they can get Chinese to come and bail them out with billions? What do that amount to? They keep you people out and let other people come because of money. But that can be a method of reparation, accepting that come, like what they do in Africa in some countries, come and take a piece of land and stay here. This is your home. You'll be buried here. So reparation is not money. The fear of the West is that they are going to spend a lot. There's no limit. They count in trillions. Where would they get the money? But they have stolen this money, and it's with them. If you look at when Queen Elizabeth died, everywhere that was shown, that was Africa. All the gold, the diamonds, whatever she was wearing was taken from Sierra Leone or Gold Coast, Ghana, after killing people or enslaving them. Seizing these things, and that's why I'm in the reparations committee of restituting the arts and artifacts of Africa at the level of the UN. And these things have to come back. This is a part of us. This stick I'm holding, you may think is just a little stick. This is a part of me. This is like the Wi-Fi in communication with my people. Africans have shown their worth in science and technology. They have. In manufacturing, they have been on top. So let us move forward. Just have confidence in yourselves. Reparations, the different types I said, is just assurance of non-restitution or repetition of an act. That is reparation. That's one way of saying that, okay, we will never call you people slaves, or we will never come treat you as slaves, or we will never do that again. That's another way of reparation. It is also restitution and repatriation, compensation, if you want, in money, satisfaction and rehabilitation. And the objectives of all these kind of reparations is to acknowledge victim sufferings, which we have. We have people who have died out of this. And some other people have been stigmatized or ostracized because of, from their communities because of all this. So we need to heal that wound. Other measures of redress offer some of the form of compensation for the violations suffered. The aim of reparation usually is to eliminate as far as possible the consequences of the illegal act and to restore the situation that would have existed if the act had not been committed. Imagine the brains that we have here. They should be Africans. But they will call, we've seen cases where they force Africans in France, in UK, in the US to change their names or their status because they think that, oh, but how has it come to have this? let it be under an American identity or label. Who is blaming who? Who is shaming who? Who is playing a game? It's nasty. The humiliation suffered is spelled out in numerous documents and treaties on human rights, calls for holistic approach to redress. Ultimately, the process of seeking redress is to restore the dignity of the victim, and this includes both her moral integrity in terms of acknowledging the violations that can be addressed through truth and justice seeking, as well as addressing her physical, psychological, or social needs through a range of services and measures. That is just what CARICOM is all about, and that's where we stand. We've come to assure them that we stand beside them, we stand behind them, and we'll push this forward. Ultimately, the process of seeking redress is to resume the dignity of the victim that we are. The UN, I'm just going to end there, the UN basic principles and conditions on the right to a remedy and reparation for victims of gross violations of international human rights law and serious violations of international humanitarian law, the UN General Assembly Resolution 60/147 of December 2005, Article 2.3, Sub A of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights provides that each state party to the present covenant undertakes to ensure that any person whose rights or freedoms as herein recognized are violated shall have an effective remedy, notwithstanding that the violations has been committed by persons acting in an official capacity. And Article 14 of the UN Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment also provides that each state party shall ensure in its legal system that the victim of an act of torture obtains redress and has an enforceable right to fair and adequate compensation, including the means for as full rehabilitation as possible. So where is CARICOM going wrong here? Where is the nation of Jamaica and the other Caribbeans going wrong? They're just asking for what is due, what is legally theirs, and what is been approved by the Universal House, the United Nations. So go forward. Go forward, CARICOM. Go forward, scholars on this reparation drive, and may the ancestors of the black race accompany you to fulfillment. The way we are crying today doesn't help. We have to close our ranks and do what the Maroons did, what Guinea or Haiti did. I thank you very much. Hey Jay, hey Jay, hey Jay, Barry, he, oh. Thank you very much. Continue, I'm with you.
Many nations of Africa, we are indeed at one with our ancestors. We have heard from Dr. Ahmed Reid. We have heard from Her Royal Majesty, Queen Cynthia Khumalo Mzilikazi. We have heard from King Tani, His Royal Majesty, Dr. Robinson Tani. I'm told we have a little bit of time for questions. If there is any burning question, I'm going to invite you to step to the mic in the center of the room. In the meantime, while we are waiting for those who have burning questions, we're going to take probably about two or three questions. And please make them questions or comments. If it's a comment, very brief. We do want to go on a break for lunch, which will be 45 minutes. I want to also remind us, please do not walk in front of the cameras you see set up. We are broadcasting live, and so we do not wish to have those interruptions. Sir, in the red shirt.
Greetings, divine greetings to my African sisters and brothers. First and foremost, I am not a descendant of a slave. I cannot take unto myself that which the oppressor has defined me as. I'm a descendant of royalties, great kings and queens. Even though we have not explored Africa prior to slavery, but we have, I don't even like to use the word Africa. My motherland, our motherland, was great. There was greatness there before slavery. What happened? I cannot wrap my head around what went wrong. We have ancestral wisdom, knowledge, understanding in all the sciences, in all the dimensions. What went wrong? Why we end up where we fell? How did we become a victim? Can somebody give me an insight? I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Thank you so much.
If we are so great, if we were so great, which we were, what went wrong?
Thank you very much for your question. I'm going to ask that we get all the comments and questions, and then we'll have the final responses from our panelists. Please.
The Honorable Ras Amin Ra from the Ethiopia Black International Congress, Bobo Shanti otherwise. Yeah, I don't want to elaborate on the other comments or the other questionnaires them asking. I am only saying that no slaves don't come from Africa. You know, we should have ruled that out of our memory line. Great kings, as the brother say, I don't want to repeat that. No slaves come from Africa. What I and I agitating for, what we need, what Africa need now, is for USA really mean United States of Africa, but they have that now. United States of America or United Snake of America, and England and the rest of thieves. We want them to leave Africa alone. We can develop ourselves. We have all the resources that the world needs. No problem to trade with us. You need what Africa have, but you're not willing to pay for it. So in the future, you can trade with us, because I know this change is going to come. It's near. You pay for what you get, like any other people. The story long, so make me cut it more if you come. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yes, sir.
Greetings and blessings to each and everyone. My question really is, when the whole reparations thing started, I believe there was a 10-point agenda.
The CARICOM 10-point plan.
Yeah,
yes.
And I believe number one was the seeking of an apology from the guilty people. And number two, to what I recall, was repatriation. But as much as I know that reparations are necessary and well required, the aspect of repatriation, is very close to the Rastafari people. And our main thing is to return and live in Africa. The main problem, I say, is our transportation from here to the continent. And I noticed that recently, I believe a ship was built in Tanzania. I would like for these areas to be considered, because one of the first set of people who spoke about repatriation and reparations were the Rastafari people. Mr. Garvey, yes. So that is what I have to ask about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Xavier Christian, Free Jamaica Foundation. Greetings, everyone, and greetings, Your Honors. I assume you arrive in Jamaica to meet with your kindred peoples in the Caribbean diaspora who have thrown off the colonial and slave shackles of the mighty British Crown, British Empire, to become independent. And so you have arrived in Jamaica, and no doubt you were greeted upon your arrival by members of the government of Jamaica who represent the new independent Jamaica. As Her Majesty Queen mentioned, there is still a lot of work to do because Jamaica is not independent of the British Crown. I'll say it again, Jamaica is not independent of the British Crown. I know how you have seen the black faces of the representatives of the government of Jamaica, but don't let the presence of black faces fool you. The British Crown still rules the independent Jamaica. For 61 years, the ordinary black majority Jamaican people have been led by the white British Crown and the black government of Jamaica to believe they are independent of the white supremacist British Crown. Now, 1 year ago, March 22, 2022, Government of Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness publicly declared that our independent Jamaica will be moving on from the British Crown.
Can I ask you, sir, to be brief?
Yeah. So if we're moving on from the British Crown last year, that means we're British now. And without the benefits, because people still have to pay for visa. Now, the government should not have told us that we were independent. Whatever deal was worked out at 1962, they should never have told us we were independent.
Okay, sir. I realize you have a number of sheets of paper there.
No.
And you are giving a sermon. You're giving a sermon, and I've asked for our comments to be brief. I don't want to disadvantage those who have lined up behind you, even though I said we were going to take 2 or 3 comments. Yes?
If we're going to be talking about reparations, or anything like that, reparation to the Jamaican people, it's 3 sets of people that need to be spoken to as far as Africans like yourself.
So even though I've asked you to be brief, you've gone back to your sermon.
I'm finished.
Yes, you're finished. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. But what would you want our panelists to respond to?
Well, I've just given them the 3 persons who are legitimate, people that when we're talking about justice for black people, reparations for black people, they need to speak with the Maroons that are located within Maroon territory.
And they visited the Maroons yesterday.
The Arawak, whose country this is and who named Jamaica, and what I will call the resistant black Africans. It's another name for Maroons, but those are the people, the black Africans, descended that are located outside of Maroon territory.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna have us pause with Queen Africa because we do have a panel on reparation afterwards and a number of panels. So I want us to at least break for lunch. I know you must be hungry. So we're gonna break. We're gonna have a 45-minute break, and then we return for our remaining panels. Queen.
Greetings, everyone. This is Queen Africa. I am an international reggae artist from this rock here, Jamaica, and I am standing representing the resistance in this new age. And I'd really love to know if this function is geared at unifying just enslaved Africans in regards to reparations, or is it a quest to begin the official unity that the brother before me just now tried to allude to? If we're going to do this, we have to do it in the right and proper way. And there's a lot of hypocrisy in the room in regards to what really needs to be done to unify the black race. And one of it strongly here in Jamaica is to get the regular man to understand the role that they play in this freedom that we need for this country. Because there is a set of black people that found themselves on this side of the world that were not slaves. And when the colluders and the colonizers came here, they came and saw those free people here. And they are offsprings of those free people here on this island who are still suffering from that team up between black Africans and the colonizers that came along. So I came to this function today to understand what it is that you guys are trying to do. Get reparations money for the Africans who were enslaved, or to get justice for all Africans who are affected by the colonizers who came along.
Thank you, Queen. I'm going to use the privilege of, sir, we are going to cut now because we must break for lunch. We are over 2 hours behind. There are comments. I'm going to just read these comments and then I'll ask our panelists to respond. Online, our history becomes distorted because of the tradition of the oral form. Time to document, even if it is oral for others to learn. Lest we forget, we must learn from the past and tell our own stories in all forms. I think we all agree. Another comment, this should be promoted more than any other event right now, more than carnival, politics, and any other agenda that does not support this effort. I think we all agree to that. One of the things we might do, I know everybody has a smartphone, get on your social media platforms and do promote this event. Even to say, type some of the words, share, Instagram, Twitter, and so on with the hashtags UWI, CRR, all of these entities are actually online represented. So thank you very much. I'm going to just ask each of our panelists, if there is a comment that you want to make, let us be brief. I don't know if you have anything that you want to respond. Yes, no, maybe so, because we do have a long afternoon. The panel on reparations will in fact respond to some of the comments and questions posed. All right, so
what went wrong?
What went wrong? And I'll just ask King Tanya to respond.
Others' abuse of our hospitality. That's what went wrong. They needed our strength. They needed our minerals. That's what went wrong. Others needed us more than we need them. We were staying peacefully at our homes, and they came. That's why we keep referring to them as invaders. That's what went wrong. So some other person, well, the abuse, I said it before about our hospitality. Yes, I agree with someone who said that no slave comes from Africa, because amongst you here, there are princes and princesses whose parents were captured because they were leaders, because they were kings. And you find yourselves here. Now you don't even know, because when they got here, they changed names and all those kinds of things, and then just mixed everyone. So consider yourselves great people, because, of course, they only took the strong, the intelligent ones who were there because they wanted to use their physique. So that's what I can say on that. Someone said Jamaica is not independent of the British throne. I don't think this is politics. But we have to address it because we are here in a citadel of learning. Nothing is refused here. You can say your mind here. The university is always covered, as I know. I would say that Africa itself is not also free. All 55 countries are all dissenting voices. The example is what happened in Durban. They could have easily come together and said no, or stood behind a well-constructed document that was made here in Kingston. But freedom is not there because the French president had to call the Senegalese one, and the American government or president had to call the Ghanaian or the South African, and so you saw them no one was there. The only people who stood behind the Caribbeans or CARICOM were the civil society that met in Gori, in Senegal. Is that not proof enough that the community is with you? And is that not proof enough to see that the community was at loggerheads with their leaders? The community is all for the document, and their leaders, 2 or 3, stood and said, no, even Obasanjo from Nigeria, those are the people who should champion this cause, stood away. But I'm not blaming him. I'm saying that Africa is not also free, not just Jamaica. And we need to come together, hold our ranks, be able to speak in one big, loud voice, because the louder it is, the more those people who even have aches in their ears would listen. We need to go there, get there, and sometimes look as if we are silly or we are mad. But madness has its own results. Everything has its own good and bad. And don't give up. There's always a coming down for everything that goes up. They have their days. It has passed. Britain was able to do what they did because they had the naval strength. But today they are not there. And so, don't give up. Forward ever, backward never. Press on regardless.
We do have, in all family reunions, there's going to be a thing with time. Time is not a factor. And so I've been asked to invite His Royal Highness, Paul Iganda, to the podium.
Bayete. We either unite or we perish. We need to unite. I know everybody is very emotional here today, but let's unite for a purpose. His Majesty King Tanyi did say some bitter facts. Papa Oskol goes ahead, he's shooting, he looks behind, he thinks we are following him, only to look behind, people have taken off. So let's try to stand behind him as he champions this long journey. Your Royal Highness, Papa Oskol II, you know the ancestors are always ahead of you. Otherwise, you would now be persona non grata everywhere. But whoever tries to touch you will not manage. That's why you've come this far, and you'll go very far. Bayete, I'm here to perform a ritual. There is a lady in this house who has connected with her ancestors through her king. And I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge her, how to reunite this family. And the lady is Professor Varine Shepard, the beautiful young lady who was our chair today. When you look at her, height, character, beauty, eloquence, wisdom, just as you heard King Tanyi speak, from Cameroon. Professor Varine Shepard, I know you're surprised, but please come forward. Your Majesty, King Tanyi, please come to the microphone. Bayete. You can use that one. Princess Africa, stand by.
To send messages, not these things. So, excuse me if you see me fighting to
I think you follow her that way.
well, you...
Princess Nikiwe, please support Professor. Professor, please support. As you may know, we already have coronated chiefs in this house, queens. We've got His Royal Highness Papa Oskol II, who is our torchbearer. We look forward, we look up to him for leadership and strength. We also have Queen Achom II. That's Dr. Hilary Brown. Being a king, a queen is something spiritual. You can't buy it. You don't go to school to read. No PhD can earn it. It comes from the heart and from the ancestors. Your Majesty, are you ready?
Yeah.
We also have Chief Opolot, Dabrin Omade, Antigua and Bermuda, who is also an installed chief, and Chief Eric Phillips, Chief of Zulu, who was installed in South Africa among the Zulu. These are our torchbearers, who will be the soldiers for reparation justice. We also have the paramount chief from Akopong, Papa Odwe. That's Richard Curry, Kano. We met him yesterday. Bayeti.
Even the devil, as they say, uses the Bible. And so the Bible has its positive and negatives. I want to say from a passage there that someone had to leave all the sheep to go and look for the one lost one. This is to say that each time there's an addition, we traditional rulers are very happy. Because in some places, if you took over 200 people, they expect you before handing over to be 300. So we have to pump the women and have the numbers. And so I was very happy, very impressed to find out that Verin, Professor Shepard, took the pains to go through the DNA and has been able to be identified with me. She's a Tika from Cameroon. I'm proud to be here with you, and I'm burning to take you back. Yes. Those who are laughing, please don't put them in your back when you're coming. When we got this message, I summoned my council of all the notables, and we did agree that we are going to perform what I'm doing. I said earlier that I am here, I'm being seen where I am from my village. So they are participating, my ancestors are here. Can I give you... We have symbols of traditional dressings. And this is what I'll do. Normally, as beautiful as she she has to be complimented with a bangle or with bangles. Necklaces, I would say. And then the bangle. That's what I would do. And symbolically, the other ones, which is a dress, she would be able to put it on. I would see it some other day. It will be another occasion for you to come eat and drink, right? Not so? Okay. Who doesn't want to? I think it can go through. It can go through, don't worry. Verin, I'm accepting you, recognizing you as a Cameroonian, and accepting you into my community because you deserve it and you have found it. We are not just, you don't hold a woman on the streets and just say, that's my wife. Or, as I say, you don't just meet a man on the street and take him for a brother. That's my brother, a biological brother, I mean. So please have this as our symbol of your appertenance to the Cameroonian community and the community of Tintombo. Well, when you would be done, you put this. This is made of straw from the village. And when you are moving, especially when it's hot, this is a humid area, this is a fan. That makes you look prettier than before. Because the Tikas are a particular race in Cameroon known for their beauty. She's beautiful, isn't it? Congratulations. This one, some other time, and the dress. When I was coming, the entire community sat, and we had a village, and we have a message that I'm going to deliver here. It reads thus: official conferring of the traditional title of Manyangaro to Verin Alberta Shepherd of African, in bracket, Cameroon origins, living in Jamaica. It is a certificate of recognition. Sitting this 25th day of February 2023 in Tintombo, Southwest Region, Cameroon, in an extraordinary Traditional Council executive session of notables chaired by the King and Chairman in Council in person. After a careful examination of the candidate's profile, status, and contributions to humanity as presented by the Secretary of the Council and the debate that ensued, our Council do hereby confer the title of Manyangaro, a title bestowed on women that have distinguished themselves within our community of Tintombo. This distinction takes effect from the date of signature of the present attribution. We call on all and sundry to consider her as such with the rights and privileges that go with the distinction. Done and dated in Tintombo, Cameroon, this 25th day of February 2023, and signed by the Secretary in Council, Besson Martin Besson, and the traditional ruler, King, and Chairman in Council, King Tanye Robinson. I'm pleased and honored to confer you this title, and I will do everything to assist you to becoming that citizen of worth, that Cameroonian of pride, and that African that we all desire in unity. We take this from my circumstances. I want to add that I have to make a copy of what you sign because I have to take it back and they see it and give the copy. The only copy would be with the Edo Secretariat that I will give to the President. Thank you. No, this is for you. We have another one that you sign. So when you sign this, I'll give the copy to just. You can sign one.
Thank you very much.
Someone is asking for an acceptance speech. Not speech anyway, because we are going to have it that I have to go and show the community that you accepted it. So, any word?
Shock. I am so surprised at this. Thank you for going through all of this trouble. I don't know who the conspirators are because you would have taken time to do this before you arrived in Jamaica. So thanks for the honor. I'm really overwhelmed. I don't know what to do with myself right now. But thank you, and I will calm myself later on in the day. Thank you so much. You can just do this with
I'm conferring you. Go and be blessed in all what you do, in all your desires, and whatever the trouble. We say that you should better step on feces than step on thorns. Go well.
As I said, in all family reunions, sometimes time goes through the window.
I just wanted 1 minute, just because I adopted a Cameroonian princess here. She is here, and she's so well dressed. I just wanted people to see her, and I embrace her in public. You're welcome to Cameroon.
In 45 minutes' time, we will return. Please go to lunch. The bazaar is downstairs. There's the African bazaar. There is food there at the African bazaar. We break for lunch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to today's symposium. We have had a morning filled with informative presentations and robust discussions, which exploded myths and empowered truths left, right, and center. So we're looking forward to continuing our discussions with a panel discussion on reparatory justice in the Caribbean, consolidating progress, building coalitions for success. And so this afternoon, it is my pleasure to introduce our panelists. At my immediate right is Mr. Dobreen Omard, who is the chairperson of the Antigua and Barbuda Reparation Support Commission. He's also presently one of 3 vice chairpersons of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Next to Mr. Omard is Mr. Arlie Gill, who is the current chair of the Grenada National Reparations Commission. We have with us Dr. Ramona Beholar, who is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law here at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. Dr. Beholar also does, among other research areas, research on Caribbean reparations. And it is my honor to welcome Her Royal Highness Gracie Ganda, Queen of Attica Nation, also known as Mother of the Tribe. She is the head of the African Diaspora Royal Kingdoms Alliance, AIDA Network. We will also be having a brief message from His Excellency Ambassador Namboka, VP of AIDA Work as well. We look forward to hearing from our panelists about the work and the progress made by the reparations movement in the Caribbean. And we also look forward to hear about the different ways in which we can enhance continental support in improving the work of or enhancing rather, the work of the movement. This panel's theme is particularly important because in discussing our progress thus far, we can further examine how, moving forward, we can collectively strengthen the movement. And so each speaker will have 15 minutes to present, and you can pan over to me to get your 1-minute reminder. And after the presentations, we will have a round of question and answers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first panelists. We will go in the order that you were introduced. Thank you.
Madam Chair, fellow panelists, brothers and sisters in the audience, I acknowledge all protocols already established. 10 years ago, in 2013, the CARICOM Heads of Government Conference created the CARICOM Reparations Commission, the CRC, as advisory to the conference with the goal to establish the moral, ethical, and legal case for the payment of reparations by the governments of all the former colonial powers and the relevant institutions of those countries to the nations and people of the Caribbean community for the crimes against humanity of native genocide, the transatlantic slave trade, and a racialized system of chattel slavery. The heads of government also urged the creation of national commissions, national committees in all member territories, the work of which will be coordinated and supported by the CRC. The terms of reference from the CRC, for the CRC are particularly lengthy, but I will condense them to read to develop and implement a regional strategy to include research, legal action, public education and mobilization, diplomacy, and a lobby for political action. And also to cost the damages of the slave trade, slavery, and indigenous genocide. Costing to include the economic views, social views, cultural views, psychological, demographic, health, and educational costs. Our Caribbean movement, in summary, sees reparations as the process of repairing the consequences of crimes committed against our people. Essentially, in the international context, reparations are seen as redress for the gross and systemic violation of human rights law and humanitarian law. The CRC, on instructions from heads of government, identifies the crime for which we seek reparations as the slave trade, slavery, and the genocide of indigenous populations. All three acknowledged internationally as crimes against humanity. The reparatory justice process that we acknowledge requires that those seeking such establish first, one, that the crime, that is the gross violation of human rights law or humanitarian law, that took place, and two, that the crime can be connected as contributory to ongoing human rights harm and injury. I quote from the CARICOM Justice Program prepared by the CRC that says, reparation seeks reconciliation between victims and beneficiaries. As such, it is non-confrontational and conciliatory. Reparation seeks to heal, atone, and bring closure to the human tragedy of mass slavery. It seeks, in the first instance, to restore a higher moral order by removing the shame and guilt that persistently poison the relations between descendants on all sides of the crime, to end quote. The CRC asserts that the European governments were owners and traders of enslaved Africans, that they created the legal, financial, and fiscal policies necessary for the enslavement of Africans, and defined and enforced African enslavement and native genocide as in their national interests, that they used their military power and naval might to protect the trade, that they instructed genocidal actions upon indigenous communities, and importantly, that they refused compensation to the enslaved with the ending of the enslavement, while compensating enslavers and plantation owners at emancipation for the loss of legal property rights in enslaved Africans, and that they continue to refuse compensation to the descendants of enslaved people whose labor and commodification fuel the economic development in Europe. We are therefore very clear of the crime, the violation of international human rights law. What then, you might ask, are the ongoing human rights harm and injury? They are identified in the CARICOM Justice Program and the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice. And although I will quickly list them, there is so much more information associated with the various 10 points that I urge you to go to the website at caricom.org, where the details of the 10-point plan are elaborated. I do not have time here to do that. The plan outlines the path to truth, justice, and reconciliation. It is a development plan, as contrasted to the lineage plans that are developing elsewhere in the diaspora, some of which involve direct monetary payments to descendants of the enslaved. It identifies the areas and/or sectors of the regional development agenda where the injury and hurt caused by slavery, the slave trade, and genocide remain ongoing. And it further defines in broad terms the remedies for healing. The plan provides the basis for reparatory justice negotiations between CARICOM and European nations responsible for the damage. And very quickly, that plan, it addresses the following areas. One, it calls for a full formal apology. It calls for the development of an indigenous peoples development program. It calls for repatriation. We are talking here of a fully funded resettlement program for those who wish to return to the mother continent. It calls for the establishment of cultural institutions and the return of cultural patronage. We are talking here about museums, research centers. It calls for assistance in remedying the public health crisis, assistance with our education programs, the enhancement of historical and cultural knowledge programs, exchanges, the psychological rehabilitation as a result of the transmission of trauma, the right to development through the use of technology, and at point 10, debt cancellation and monetary compensation. We place the reparatory justice struggle, therefore, at the center of the international quest for human rights, seeking a radical transformation of the existing world order. Ultimately, it is about visualizing a future evolving from our history, from our past, and from our understanding and efforts to improve our present. In light of this, the question to be addressed here is, what progress have we made? And what progress do we need to consolidate? I think we have managed to place the word reparations, if not a full understanding of the concept, on the lips of our CARICOM populations, and have muted the cynicism that at times bordered on mockery, which greeted us some 10 years ago. We have made a concerted effort to reinforce to our populations and therefore to our political leaders that the bid for reparations is not a begging exercise. It is a demand that a debt be paid. It is not only about money, it is primarily the attempt to restore equity in social relations, equality before the law, and justice within the international community. And importantly, we have attempted, though not particularly successfully, I think, to alert to our political leaders the fact that reparations potentially can provide the funding for the regional development agenda. We have made major strides in globalizing the support for our reparations struggle, intensifying the pressure on Europe to join us at the table for negotiations and reparations. And we have done this through a number of important steps. Through participation in lectures and conferences and meetings in the United Nations, in the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, in Benin, in Ghana, Ethiopia, in South Africa, Senegal, Costa Rica, Martinique, and in universities, Harvard, Oxford, Tulane, Cambridge, Glasgow. We have had major media engagement, press conferences, international media interviews and articles. We have had engagement with youth and also with the academic and faith-based communities in this region and internationally. We have been a major voice and a major force in the reinvigoration of a global reparations movement. And we highlight the launch and work of the National African American Reparations Commission, NAC, and relationships we have established with similar organizations in the United Kingdom, in Canada, in Switzerland, and quite recently in the Netherlands. We have established firm links with IDO, whose representatives, diplomats, and royalty we welcome here today, and who have pledged to be emissaries on this important aspect of the relationships between African peoples and us here in the Caribbean. We have had diplomatic engagement in the United Nations, in the OAS, in the African Union, with the government of Cuba, the Pan-African Congress, United Kingdom Parliament, the Parliament of India, the Pan-African Congress, and other organizations like CELAC and ALBA. During the last year, we have witnessed significant support for and shifts in the international perception on reparations. I quickly mention a few of these important events. Support of African countries at an international reparation conference called by the governor of Ghana in August of last year, and the referral of our demands to the attention of the African Union. Prince Charles, we heard a bit about him this morning, now King Charles III, has made a number of statements, including the recent one at the Commonwealth Heads meeting in Rwanda, where he's quoted as saying that the time for a conversation about the wrongs of slavery is a time that has come. He was prince then, he is now king. An initiative dubbed Repair, funded by personal funds of Dennis O'Brien, owner of Digicel, who now partners with the CRC and the University of West Indies to build a solid evidence base for reparatory justice through development of economic and social development plans in the efforts of CARICOM governments and parliamentarians through engaging high-level governments in the United Kingdom, in Europe, and the EU, and institutions with the aim of persuading them to establish a new long-term fund for reparations, and also to mount a communication campaign through traditional and social media to energize the movement for reparations through education of the United Kingdom, European, and Caribbean countries. We also note the efforts of two other organizations to cost the reparations package for the region, the Battle Group, engaged by Judge Patrick Robinson of the International Court of Justice, and the Reparations Finance Lab, headquartered in New Jersey. And within the last 6 weeks, apologies and commitments to repair of the damage caused by their roles in the trade and enslavement of Africans have been made by the government of the Netherlands, by the Church of England, and the United Kingdom Trevelyan family. We consider these apologies and commitments as major advances in the struggle for reparatory justice and see them as catalysts for other nations and organizations and families to do likewise. We identify the following actions and strategies for continued success of the movement to include urgent and renewed involvement and international political and diplomatic pressure exerted by our heads of government and our diplomatic corps. The strategic involvement through the provision of adequate resources to the national committees will enable a continuation of the struggle. The broadening of the regional organizational base of the CRC, furthering engagement with both national and regional representatives of the Caribbean population. In the last year, CRC has extended associate membership to the Caribbean Rastafari Organization, to the Caribbean Organization of Indigenous People, to the Caribbean Pan-African Network, and recently to NGOs in St. Martin and in Bonnier. We call also for a wider involvement of the reparations movement in the socio-political efforts of the region to improve our present. I refer to issues like the teaching of history in our schools and universities, the ascension to the Caribbean Court of Justice, republicanism, and the urgent call for decolonization. My colleague, Comrade Ali Gill, will develop on some of these points. And finally, in our effort to identify those actions and strategies for continued success of the movement, we need to continue to advocate not only for a global reparations movement, but for a global Africa. I thank you.
Kings and queens, Professor Hilary Beckles, colleague panelists, good evening, comrades all. I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from Grenada, the last major stop with regards to this reparative struggle. We have brought the energy and the momentum here in Kingston, Jamaica. There is no doubt, as Comrade Dobrin has pointed out, the momentum with regards to reparatory justice is certainly in our favor. 10 years ago, reparations was hardly a conversation, maybe just among intellectuals, academics, and Rastafarians. But I can say to you now that the issue of reparations is a topic discussed along the length and breadth of the Caribbean. Whether persons believe we ain't get enough money, or how soon we're going to get the money, or what the governments are doing, what they're going to do with the reparations money, and so on. Some sort of discussion, good or bad, is happening with regards to reparative justice. But at the same time, while we continue this struggle for reparative justice, we must be cognizant of the fact that there is a glaring need for us to look inwards as well. And in some respect, since independence, we in the Caribbean have lost a bit of militancy, a bit of vigilance with regards to our independence and with regards to our nationhood. And it's my respectful view that this call for reparations is shedding a new light with regards to what I refer to as the soul of the nation, the soul of the Caribbean nation, that has been scarred by the legacy of indigenous genocide, slave trade, and slavery. And thus, we are of the respectful view that just as Barbados has led the way recently on the issue of republicanism, all other CARICOM nations that are yet to be republic need to urgently address this topic. In other words, while we continue to clamor for reparative justice against the governments of England, Holland, France, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, and the list goes on. We in the English-speaking Caribbean, some of us, continue to hold on to the King of England as our head of state. And we believe that the time is nigh, alongside our entwined with the reparative struggle that our people must ask our governments this question as to whether or not or how long should we persist with the King of England as head of state. So the issue of republicanism, comrades, is a serious issue that we need to encourage and to table on our national agendas. And along with that, all of our countries continue to be members of the British Commonwealth. These important questions we need to discuss, we need to debate. Who is the common and who is the wealth? Why are we continuing to facilitate the relationship between the colonial master and ourselves, or the former colonial masters and ourselves? These must be topics of national debate and discussion. And it's extremely important that in replenishing the soul of the Caribbean nation that we must have these discussions. Because as our leaders in the 1930s and our leaders right up to independence, they have grappled with these issues and they have brought to us at different stages of our history, from the abolition of the slave trade, emancipation, workers' rights, universal adult suffrage, independence. In the case of Grenada, we had revolution. 79. We are again in the Caribbean facing serious issues of decolonization. And we want to encourage our sisters and brothers across the region for us to have these discussions and to chart a more independent way going forward. The issue of the Caribbean Court of Justice. We still continue to go, some of us, most of us, to the Privy Council in England as our final appellate court. And I say to persons that the issue of the Caribbean Court of Justice is not merely a legal issue. It's not just an issue of judges and litigants. It's an issue that goes to the very core of who we are as a people. And one of the arguments put forward by persons who campaign against the CCJ is that they do not trust our judges. How long will we continue not to trust ourselves? Is it because we fear that persons the color of our skin wouldn't judge us fairly? We must call on all of our Caribbean countries to adopt, enact the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final appellate court. You know, I had this little reasoning. I say, what if one day, when Professor Beckers leads this delegation to negotiate with the British government, because we're going to appoint him as that, and the Prime Minister of England say, well, Professor, we'll have to deduct from your reparations check, because we have been paying judges to determine your guilt or otherwise of your citizens for so long, since independence. Now, on a serious note, we need to revisit this issue. In Grenada, we've had 2 referendums on the issue of the CCJ being our final appellate court. On both occasions, the Constitution enshrines that over 60% of people voting must vote for us to move the Privy Council as our final appellate court. And on both occasions, we were not able to do so. But I think respectfully that the reason why we were not able to do so is, one, it did not have on both occasions the full backing of all political parties. But secondly and fundamentally, I think it speaks to the level of consciousness of our people. Because regardless of one's political persuasion, one must appreciate that the issue of the CCJ does not matter with regards to who you go vote for in the polls. And as such, we need to continue to awaken the consciousness of our people to ensure that persons see the CCJ as an issue with regards to the furtherance of our independence as a people, rather than merely an issue with regards to which political party domestically you support. So that the issue of the CCJ, sisters and brothers, is an extremely important issue, as I say, in replenishing the soul of the nation. In Barbados, a couple of years ago, they removed a statue. And that had a ripple effect throughout the region with regards to consciousness. In Grenada, we do not have a statue of Lord Nelson or anyone else. But what we do have, our streets and our institutions continue to pay homage and honor the former slave owners. And we believe that the time is nigh for us now to pay tribute and to honor our own people, persons in our own image and likeness in Grenada and throughout the Caribbean and Africa in terms of the naming of our streets and our institutions. So in Grenada, you have the Royal Grenada Police Force, His Majesty's Prison, and we have Sendal Tunnel. And if you do the history, Governor Sendal was a governor of the Windward Islands. And we have Sendal Street. In other words, throughout all of our major streets, all of our major institutions continue to adorn the names of former enslavers of our people. And that must be a mental scar. So that when we speak of reparations, we must also address the consciousness of our people, and we must continue to address as well these lingering and nagging and hurtful images of the past. We must correct these historical oversights. Brother Dobrin spoke briefly with regards to the teaching of history. The teaching of history in our schools is fundamental, both in our primary and secondary schools in particular. In Grenada, for instance, teaching of history is not compulsory in the lower forms in our secondary schools. So that you find students finishing secondary school and simply do not know much about Caribbean history. And that is just one thing. But we're speaking also about the reteaching and the relearning of our history. So that the history that we were taught in schools and universities in the 1980s and 1990s and so, we know we need to relearn how that history was taught. I never, as a history student, appreciated that the amelioration period from 1834 to 1838 was part of the compensation to the slave owners. And as a history teacher, I taught my students that the amelioration was basically to help the slaves to get used to working for wages. But little did I know. Apprenticeship. So that now we have to teach the truth about apprenticeship, about the apprenticeship period. And to teach that when the British government did the analysis and did the mathematics, that they averaged about 45.2 million pounds or thereabouts should be compensation for the slave owners. And what they did was that they took 20 million, they took a loan of 20 million pounds, which was 40% or thereabouts of the annual budget in 1833, 1834. And the balance of the $25.2 million or thereabouts, the former enslaved Africans had to work and compensate the plantation owners, the slave owners. So that sort of history now needs to be taught to our students. When I was going to secondary school, what I learned was that Jamaica mashed up the Federation. For years, I was holding Jamaica in my heart. So look at what Jamaica did. But now I know that the leader of Jamaica at the time was right, and the British set up the West Indies Federation for failure. This history we must now teach our students so that they have a better appreciation of themselves and a better appreciation of their history. That is fundamental. So this is what we speak of with regards to replenishing the soul of the nation, of our individual nations and the Caribbean. And as we continue to strengthen our reparation movement, I say to us, at the same time, we must continue to strengthen our decolonization struggle. Thank you, comrades.
Good afternoon, everybody. Observing all protocols, allow me, please, to go straight into my presentation, but not before saying that I'm deeply honored to be part of this important symposium, and I thank the organizers for inviting me to bring some ideas. I'm a human rights researcher and teacher here at the University of the West Indies, concerned with the concept of equality and non-discrimination, and generally with accountability under international human rights law. As a national of an Eastern European country, Romania, that has known occupation by empires such as the Ottoman Empire, the Austro-Habsburg Empire, has become a Soviet satellite state until instituting its own totalitarian regime under Ceausescu, and now living and working in Jamaica, a country that has been and still is profoundly affected by the empire's colonial practices. I am interested in countries and peoples positioning in contemporary global community of nations, the enduring root causes of vulnerabilities, making some countries developing or of the third world, and also how to address these vulnerabilities and structural unbalances. So in bringing an international human rights perspective today, and perhaps my presentation is more conceptual, to the discussions of Caribbean reparations, I'd like to center on the principle of equality, a fundamental principle of law underlying human rights standards and norms. The Charter of the United Nations, the foundation document of this global organization, proclaims from the onset that we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equality rights of men and women, and of nations large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice can be maintained. The principle of equality is reaffirmed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a foundation instrument for the international human rights framework, which recognizes the equality for all in dignity and rights. And this is the underpinning of freedom and justice. And this has been reasserted in subsequent legally binding human rights treaties. So clearly the global human rights framework is anchored in the value and standard of equality of individuals, of peoples, and among nations. Yet, despite the human rights vision of equality and inclusivity, global inequalities persist and are manifested through asymmetric relations of power among individuals, between states and individuals and peoples, but also between nations. And specifically, colonial racialized ideologies and systems that persist show how legacies of slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, and colonialism continue to stifle the post-colonial project of full independence, equality, and freedom. And as Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Sir Hilary Beckles, Professor Vinod Shepard, and Professor Ahmed Reid, here present, have indicated in the special issue of the Social and Economic Studies Journal, decades after independence from the former colonial powers, the people of the Caribbean are still struggling to achieve true political and economic self-reliance. It has been clearly noted today that Caribbean reparations are a response to and address the inequalities and the human rights violations that are rooted in a plurality of colonial violence inflicted through chattel slavery, as well as indentured labor, indigenous pogrom plans, and land appropriation, displacement, and assimilation of indigenous communities into colonial administrative structures. In the interest of time, I focus on the reparations for chattel slavery, and I wish to mention, in light of this panel's concern with consolidating progress as a part of reparatory justice, that indeed the persistent effects of slavery in contemporary societies have been recognized at the global human rights level. Just a few examples. The UN Commission on Human Rights affirmed at its third session in 1977 the ethical duty of former colonial powers, currently industrialized countries, to pay reparations to decolonized developing countries. In 1986, the UN Declaration on the Right to Development recognized in Article 5 specifically that human rights violations prevailing in contemporary societies may be rooted in historical institutions and processes of apartheid, colonialism, racism, foreign domination, and occupation. In 2001, the landmark Durban Declaration and Platform for Action indicated that slavery and the transatlantic slave trade should be considered crimes against humanity. And during the same year, in 2001, the UN Subcommission on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights warned that account must be taken of the deep wounds of the past to competently address enduring social inequalities and the related human rights violations. However, the truth is that such endorsements of the lasting effects of slavery and colonialism become rhetorics in an international legal system where no clear legal pathways that define and connect state responsibility to historical injustices and no specific human rights mechanism that can hold those responsible accountable have been carved out to provide clear legal ground for reparation calls, so that the typical moral discourse is moved forward at the global level. The challenges with which scholars and practitioners are confronted in legally grounded reparations in international human rights law seem to indicate that this body of law perpetuates asymmetric relations of power between nations and their interests, instead of providing a fully equal and inclusive space. And I believe that reparations calls challenge the global human rights law system to reflect on its silences and to rethink its parameters. And also there are calls for decolonizing this international human rights body. Being concerned with international accountability mechanism, I wish to propose briefly, without claiming comprehensiveness, some approaches to a more inclusive human rights legal framework with the capacity to truly ensure equality for all in dignity and rights, and to operationalize responsibilities, enabling thus a human rights response to Caribbean calls for justice. So for this, I start with a conceptual reflection on categories of responsibility and ways in which they could be used for reparatory justice by drawing on the legal philosopher Bernard Boxill's theorization of justice. And I wish to suggest in this way a legal approach based on a backward-looking and a forward-looking model of responsibility which interrelates in the context of reparations for chattel slavery. So needless to say, the perpetrator of an injustice has an obligation to repair, or backward-looking responsibility contingent on the injustice committed. An injustice is committed, as Boxill explains, when interfering with another's legitimate attempt to do or possess something, such as product of own labor, or when someone makes it impossible for others to pursue a legitimate goal, living life with dignity, owning the products of own labor. And this is directly interrelated with the well-established duty not to interfere with the rights of others. And what I wish to stress here is that the acknowledgement of injustice is essential to the backward-looking responsibility. Otherwise, as Boxill clarifies, justice does not yet obtain. He argues that such acknowledgement is based on perpetrators' belief in equality for all in their worth and dignity, including equality for the injured party. However, lack of acknowledgement of the injustice committed implies that perpetrator does not consider the violated party as an equal. So the lingering refusal by former colonizer states to formally apologize to Caribbean nations is thus indicative of a failure to consider Caribbean nations as their people as equals. So their lack of formal recognition of the historical injustice committed implies their belief in the subordinated position to which Caribbean nations have been relegated and maintained on for hundreds of years, and confirm a persistent asymmetrical relations of power between colonizing states and former colonies. The recent apology by the Dutch Prime Minister signifies a recognition of equality, and is a significant advancement of the reparations movement. Secondly, the forward-looking responsibility is intended to remedy a present situation where the consequences of a wrong committed are lingering. Also premised on the belief in equality, in dignity, and worth for all, forward-looking responsibility is based as well on a consideration of equals as a minimum requirement of justice so that nobody suffers from a harm that can otherwise be removed. The forward-looking responsibility can thus address present structural vulnerabilities to which Caribbean states have been reduced by historical injustices, and represents a tool for development that is conducive to the realization of all civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. And Boxer reminds us that forward-looking responsibility evolves also from the existence of a community of which the injured party is a member, meaning that when there is community membership, that community can legitimately be demanded responsibility because its members are in essential respects members of a joint undertaking. In the case of reparations for chattel slavery, the international community embodies that community, which has a forward-looking responsibility to give equal consideration to Caribbean nations, and accordingly to create an authoritative space of the international human rights legal framework that is conducive to resolving reparations concerns. This requires a multifaceted effort, but what I wish to specifically suggest in this context, an international incorporation of a reparatory justice policy based on the CARICOM Reparations Commission 10-point reparation plan, to which I will refer as the CRC plan, and this as a concrete modality for creating such a space in the international human rights law framework. The CRC plan is grounded on a combination of historical scrutiny, the backward-looking obligation to repair like apology, and a consideration of present structural injustices, the forward-looking tool for development like technology transfer and advancement of science or debt relief that can remedy the present situation. So the scope of my suggestion is to mainstream reparatory justice action based on clear reparatory responsibility as well as to ground the CRC plan in the human rights legal framework. The incorporation of the CRC plan in international human rights structures could be operationalized through an international instrument monitored through specific human rights treaty body mechanism for compliance. I suggest for this that the already drafted Convention on the Right to Development, which is now under negotiations, could provide such an international human rights space. And this would make sense for a number of reasons. The UN Secretary General stated in 1979 that the right to development contains the duty of reparations in order to make amends for the historical exploitation by colonial powers, making it clear that connections have already been drawn internationally between the human right to development and calls for reparations. The draft Convention on the Right to Development encompasses components similar to those identified and defined in the CRC plan, and makes unambiguous connections between current human rights violations and colonialism. And more so, this recent drafting of the treaty expresses the international interest and the interest of the international community to effectively operationalize the right to development on the international arena. So this document, therefore, has the potential to contribute to an international human rights law that is inclusive of reparatory justice. And to make this a reality, collaborations are crucial, especially among Global South countries, on a concerted advocacy for the negotiation and full adoption of the Convention on the Right to Development. So without claiming comprehensiveness, and there is so much more to discuss, my suggestions today are ultimately intended to provoke further reflection on potential collaborations and actions needed for establishing a space in international human rights law that enables, through clear responsibility doctrines, accountability structures and mechanisms, reparatory justice for the Caribbean and beyond, and acknowledges reparations as a tool for accountability. I thank you for your attention.
I will now invite Her Royal Highness, Grace Igando, to deliver her presentation, followed by Ambassador Namboka, who will be giving us a 5-minute message afterwards. Thank you.
Bayete. At about the age of 5 or 6, growing up in a little village in the rural East Africa, I remember as children we used to sing a song that still is fresh in my memory. His Highness was in the neighboring village, so he might remember it. My brothers, sisters in Americas, working day and night, planting sugar and tea. And the song went on. But as a child, I think that was the first time that the pain of slavery, of slave trade and chattel slavery became impacted upon my spirit. Because it bothered me. And as a little child, my imagination always was pained because I imagined, how can someone possibly work through the heat of the day, work through the cold of the night? I just found it inhumane. And that was as a child of around 5-6 years old. Later on, growing up, knowing that the education system had been compromised, as we all know, there was no mention of chattel slavery. All we were told is A's for apple, and as we know, this is not a fruit you find in the tropics, so we only perceived it as a 2D shape. And so the learning was not wholesome. When nothing about our national heroes was exposed to us as much, apart from the little we could find out by ourselves. Nobody talked about, all we learned about was Napoleon and the battles at Waterloo and Bismarck with his divide and rule policy and all this. And I imagined, what could Waterloo be until an adult when I found, this is actually a place that was being referred to. But all this learning, I'm sorry to say, was largely irrelevant at the time. And even in literature, if I may remember, it was all about Jane Eyre and the Wuthering Heights, and we could not comprehend what the moors and the snow and everything was. Nothing was talked about Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who was telling us about things are falling apart, there's darkness at noon, or Kot Pabiteg, who was telling us his experiences of, a foreign education. So, but what the heart wants, the heart can find, because later on, as an adult, we pursued the understanding and the pain of chattel slavery. And we got to understand what the depth that it comes with. That is why I should say that today, my dear brothers and sisters, we are honored to be part of this day and this season and this particular point of time in history. I firstly would like to most sincerely thank our hosts, our dear hosts, for the very warm welcome that they have accorded us since we came. We are very grateful, and we are feeling at home. And right now we are feeling at the University of West Indies. So thank you so much. And congratulations on the 75th anniversary of this university. It is a celebration of excellence of service. It is indeed. And if I may, I would also like to acknowledge our esteemed leadership of the CARICOM Reparations Commission and to salute you for the progressive journey that is on its way, I believe, to justice. My prayer is that the works of your hands will be continually blessed and that your strength will be renewed daily, even as you pursue this journey. I know some of our young people have left, but I would just like to say to them that they are our fountain of hope, and we shall always celebrate them today and always, because later on we are passing the baton over to them, and we trust and believe that they will deliver in the way that they were destined to. My brothers and sisters, may I now very humbly take this opportunity to honor our father in this house. His Highness earlier on said, and I agree, the Moses of our time, whom we believe will deliver us to the promised land. My brothers and sisters, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Papa Osikol, Ealamanoi Papa. Emuria Koliai, Ateker Kobusi, Ealama. And in absentia, may I also acknowledge the mother in the house, Toto Osikol Beckles, Ealama Toto in absentia. Now, it's said that every journey begins with a step in the right direction. I believe we have come this far with this reparations movement, and from what our colleagues have just said, we can already see a green light at the end of the tunnel. We can hear the sound of freedom, because freedom is a place of restoration, it's a place of rest, it's a place of flourishing. From what my colleagues have said, we can already perceive it, because when you perceive it in the spirit, you behold it in reality. Amen. Agreed? Amen, indeed. So now, based on what putting together everything that has been said, we now know that the truth has been told, and indeed the truth will set us free. We know that we have been trapped in a plight that was never of our making, and we are collectively calling upon the responsible people to entangle us and set us free. Amen? We come in peace. We are not quarreling. What we require is a conversation that will listen to the voice of the people of the Caribbean. Baete! We have seen, and we know that to this day, we are still suffering the aftermath of this inhumane trade, a trade that exalted wealth above human life. We cannot be silenced because the voice of silence is too painful to be realized. We have just heard by the Declaration of Human Rights that we are all born free and we are equal in dignity and rights. So this very first article of the Declaration of Human Rights should become a reality to every individual in every nation. Our current predicament, my brothers and sisters, is not a problem that will suddenly disappear by itself or suddenly evaporate by itself. This is a situation that has to be faced, has to be acknowledged, and for the responsible persons to note that there is a debt, and the debt has to be paid. In some communities, there is what they call a payment plan. And this payment plan has been thought through. It is realistic, as we have heard. It is achievable, and it can be achieved if the hearts and minds of men and women that are responsible will be honest and willing to receive it. And I trust and believe that though it tarries, it shall come to pass. Baete! We, as a people, we remain resilient and we stand in unity. That's something that has been said and agreed by most of us. Because we have all agreed that the strategy of divide and rule cannot stand anymore. What happened has been given reference to, for example, during the Durban Conference of 2001, with regards to reparative justice. It was a disappointment, and it calls for reflection among those who stood against it. I take a step forward, and I think we should all take a step forward to renew our minds concerning these matters. If I may, I'll use the words of Wangari Maathai. She says that you cannot enslave a mind that knows itself and a mind that values itself. You cannot enslave a mind that understands itself.
all hands should be on deck because everyone, as has been said, should do their bit. When Paposiko looks back, there should be not just a line, but there should be a crowd that cannot be counted behind him because there's strength and power in numbers. So all hands on deck, we've agreed, everyone doing their bit at all levels, from the school children, the media people, the politicians, the educators, the artists. The artists are so good at this because there's a special place for music and because music, if I may, is said to be food for the soul. So everyone, everywhere, preaching the gospel of reparative justice. And in that way, we believe we shall reach the finishing line stronger than we began. You know, the Bible, I will refer to this document because I believe it's been misused in so many ways to subdue people, especially during the time of chattel slavery. Because the Bible says that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free. The same Bible, and that one is in the book of John chapter 8, verse 32. The same Bible says that our people perish due to lack of knowledge. And that is why over the years, the truth has been hidden from us. And even what has been given to us has been twisted and manipulated. And we get and we argue among ourselves because one is saying, no, the elephant is a string. The other one is saying, no, the elephant is a floppy ear. The other one says, no, the elephant is like a wall. So and then we start arguing among ourselves, and yet actually we are trying to say the same thing, but because the comprehensive truth has not been presented, and that is we get divided among ourselves, and that is the politics of divide and rule that has divided us. But today we are declaring that moving forward, we are moving forward as a united front. Bayete! IDO Network International, how do we come in? We are standing in solidarity with this movement. Our human rights work in all our chapters in Africa will have reparations as part of their agenda. We believe in the spirit of Ubuntu, as has already been said. I am, and I can only be because you are. We believe if one of us is in trouble, then all of us are in trouble. When my brother is in trouble, I am in trouble. So the spirit of Ubuntu is going to flow, and we are going to get this movement to the next level. Bayete! In May this year, as His Highness did mention, we are going to have reparations as a key part of the IDO Convention in Mombasa, Kenya. IDO, as has already been said, upholds culture as a means for unity and social progress. We work closely with our traditional leaders to reach out straight from the grassroots. I think His Highness, His Royal Highness, the King earlier on did say that bottom to top, top to bottom methods is a bit shaky. So as IDO, we are using the bottom to top because top to bottom is shaky and does not represent the masses. But when we use the grassroots from bottom to top, we have found out that the foundation is firm and there is consistency. So that's the model we are going to use to reach out the reparation movement across our networks. Bayete? And I personally believe that there are people of goodwill out there. People with the spirit of a great man like William Wilberforce. Those who will stand up for what is right and say, no, this is not good enough, and pursue it to its delivery. And that is even among the lands and among those who we expect a response from. So let's keep it going. A great man, my brothers and sisters, once said that injustice anywhere is what? Is a threat to justice everywhere. And we know that was our leader, Dr. Martin Luther King. And he goes on to teach us that our lives begin to end the moment we are quiet or silent about things that matter. So as we have agreed, we are not going to be quiet, we are not going to be silent, because the price to pay is too high, and many who have gone before us have paid that price. In their honor, the struggle continues. Aluta, continua. Our ancestors, even in reflection of our ancestors, this is sacred ground. In reflection of our ancestors, in their most productive years, as my elders and leaders have already said, they were ripped away from their families, and this was against their will. Because as we have had, babies, children, babies separated from their mothers, wives separated from their husbands, husbands separated, children separated from their parents. The physical, emotional, and psychological pain they underwent to this day is still endured by their descendants. So how can we be quiet about this? The painful aftermath of this cruel past must be addressed. It is time to heal and make whole. We are talking of healing of the body, healing of the soul, and healing of the mind. What we are asking for is a sincere apology to begin with. Just taking responsibility and a willingness to make a difference to those whose lives have been wronged. But it takes humility to say, I'm sorry, we are sorry. How can we make it better? It takes you, because humility is a virtue, but we believe may it find a place in men's hearts, that they will come to that place of realization and do the right thing. Even John Newton, in his Amazing Grace, 1772, the popular song that I think we all do know, he said it. After so many years of doing it's never too late to do the right thing. After so many years of doing the wrong thing, he said, no, enough is enough. This is not right. And that is when, of course, as we all know, I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. They will see the truth, and the truth will set them free, because as my colleague has said, as my brother said, there will be healing on both sides. Bayete. If I may, we've just had the progress that and how far we have come. I would like to also join in appreciating the individuals and institutions that have stepped up to do the right thing. But we are now calling on the accountable authorities, those who created the systems and policies for the enslavement of Africans. They need to take a step forward to justice, because reparations now is on the table. The Holy Scriptures, as we have heard, were misrepresented at the time to subdue and suppress and control our people. But one wonders, because the same Bible that was used says that we are all created in the image and likeness of God. And it also says that God is love. And it says, love your brother, love your neighbor as you love yourself. So one wonders, where was love in any of this? My brothers and sisters, slavery left behind a bitter legacy of inequality and severe damage across this community. To this day, the descendants of this crime against humanity are still suffering. So the time has come for the world to recognize the injustices inflicted upon the African children and to take steps to rectify these wrongs. Bayete. We know that the enslavement of Africans was brutal, it was inhumane, and it lasted for over 400 years in this land, leaving behind deep wounds that are yet to be healed. It is only right that those responsible should take accountability for their actions. Therefore, the European countries and institutions that benefited from this inhumane trade should contribute towards the socio-economic development programs in this land, with a focus on improving the lives of those who have been painfully impacted by the cruel reality of chattel slavery. My brothers and sisters, I'm going to end with the words of our father, Papa Osikol Sahila Rebekos. The engagement of reparations begins an act of justice. It embraces a process of redemption and renewal that celebrates humanity rather than inhumanity. It shatters the silence surrounding these crimes against humanity and is finally about fairness, justice, and closure. Thank you.
All protocol observed already. I just go straight to use my 5 minutes. First of all, I think perhaps the initiators of this invitation extended to the children, kings and queens of Africa, to Jamaica, to the University of West Indies. You probably intended to hear our voices as your brothers, your sisters from the continent. I suspect this was the objective. As I listened this afternoon, I think there is a big unexpected consequence that I want to share with you. I think what you didn't know is that you brought us to hear you, more than that we should be saying things to you. I'm saying this because of what Queen Grace Eganda just said, that we must do something now, meaning we've now understood the mission. You've given us a mission, a very clear mission. And I started to ask myself, so what's the way forward? And I think just an idea to share, and of course this can be contradicted immediately. We now know the task, the reparations movement and the objectives and what has been done already on the ground, and now the roadmap to the next step. I think we have to divide our task into two portions. We have two constituencies: the people that exploited the people of Africa and enslaved them and tortured them and exploited them. Those are the people in the Western European world. But also now our task is to go and preach the gospel of the reparations movement to the people on the continent. Because it looks to me there is knowledge here that is totally absent on the continent of Africa and in Europe. So our mission is two-pronged. And I was thinking that what we're going to try and do as IDO is to tool, to create a strategy internally as civil society. We've already agreed on the bottom-up approach because we were disappointed by the people down in Durban in 2001 at the conference. So now we've decided, in the words of King Tanyi, that we will, as IDO, use the approach of bottom-up in getting things happen. Because the top failed. Only one country, Kenya, stood up and said, we support the children of Africa on the issue of reparations. Only Kenya, out of 54 nations on the continent, a big, painful embarrassment. But we take it, we own it, we are embarrassed, we are sorry. We're going back, and as we go back, we will use persuasion, almost a carrot and stick approach. There are going to be people that have got power. We will try to beg them to listen to us. If they don't, then we shall go down to the royals, and the royals have got the sympathy of the communities, and the communities will refuse votes to them. You see, that is the African way of looking at life. If the king in an area is not pleased with what you're doing, he will get the people to line behind him, and you're not very comfortable. So that will be the stick. But the carrot, of course, is to play on the emotion of our people. In Africa, if a family in a village loses a person, the whole village comes to that home. And when the children of Africa in the Caribbean are wailing and asking for them to join the sympathy, and the continent seems to be insensitive, it's not African. So we shall try to play on that also. That'll be the soft side. What about the people in the European world? We know that the European countries, the former colonizers, have friends on the continent. And that's partly why they sabotage the whole movement. We will, because we are a knowledge-based NGO. IDO is a political, non-profit making, but especially knowledge-based. And you invited us here for us to tell you things. You've actually told us things, fortunately. Now we are even stronger as a knowledge-based body of friends. So we will craft a strategy about these nations. Some of us have rubbed shoulders with people in the diplomatic service. So we will try to explore those old paths to power and repeat their shaming aspect, the conduct that was not brotherly. We will find the words to let them listen to us, so that they indirectly can cause the powers in Europe to think twice. Because I read and I could hear that the former colonizers and enslavers played games with the leadership on the continent at the expense of our brothers in the Caribbean. And we are going to try and make things clear. That is part of the mission I see IDO assuming as we leave, in gratitude for being received in the African way we've been received. We have a proverb that if you bring somebody in your house and you can't even offer a glass of water, they don't come back. I'm being very open with you. You know, Africans, we don't want to hide things. Fortunately, we've had such a meal. The lunch with Papa Oscar. We know what Africa is. You've given us more than a glass of water. We've shared jokes. You see, Africans, in serious business, they use jokes for the message. And I think we've got the message. So I'm not supposed to go beyond 5 minutes. We still respect the rules. And that's African, I was sharing with you. Africans are very disciplined. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you, panelists, for your presentations today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard today about the work of the reparations movement in the Caribbean. We've also heard from IDO about their commitment to continuing their support to the movement. I will now use this opportunity to open up for questions and answers. However, because we are also fielding questions from the online forum, I will have to limit our questions and comments to 2. And I'm going to go ahead and get started with 2 questions from the online forum. The first one says, when the ACP states sat down with EEC states in 1975 to discuss development issues, was this a missed opportunity for the former colonies? And the second one is, who is responsible for the school curriculum, the British and the Europeans, or the ministries of education in the region and the UII, etc.? So I will ask for a response for those 2 questions, and then I will have 3 questions and comments, and then a response. Unfortunately, I know you have burning questions, but I can assure you if they're about how we're going to continue strengthening the movement and fostering reconnections with our African brothers and sisters, you will be able to do so in the session that follows. All right? Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Just briefly on the question of the responsibility for the curriculum in the Caribbean. At the primary and pre-primary level, of course, individual ministries of education are responsible for what is taught. At the secondary, college, university level, I believe we now have far more control over the curriculum, and we've had reform in that area over the years. We've had education reform, curriculum reform at the university and college level, at the secondary school level. In fact, when I was doing A-levels, I did it out of London. Now we do all A-levels through the Caribbean. I did O-levels, GCE, and CXE in 19 how much? But now all of our O-levels is through the Caribbean, so that through CXE, so that we have made tremendous progress. Let us not deny with regards to our education curriculum. But I believe this call now is for us to do more with regards to how, and the books that are taught, the literature. We have now our authors, whether in history, science, sociology, and so on. We believe that we have sufficient body of work in the region that we must ensure that our students use for the different levels of education. But I think we have control. Just to answer the question in short, we have a lot of control now of what has been taught in schools. We have made tremendous progress, but I think there is also room for improvement.
All right, so we'll have our first question. Please just be reminded of the time limit.
What's the time limit, please?
As short as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
First, congratulations to CARICOM, UII, and all the speakers so far. I'm very impressed. Queen Grace impressed me the most so far. And this is our country's flag. Is that correct? All right, I have more than one. I would love for a proposal I gave when President Zuma was in power to get what is called the Nelson Mandela Scholar from Jamaica to South Africa, and the Marcus Messiah Garvey Scholar from South Africa come here. I'll put up part of the money and to get that connection going. Those people in foreign ministry and otherwise said, yes, yes, yes. But up to now, I can't even find them. So I'll talk some more with you. The only thing I haven't heard is how you're going to get some of the money to run this body that is going to do whatever you need to do. You can't depend on politicians' money coming from this ministry or that ministry. You have to get funds from private entities. So that your secretariat set up basically has a budget of so much, so I can put some money to it. I can ask my children overseas, come, send almost 1,000 US straight to get it going. I haven't heard that yet. But also what I like to hear is ladies from Africa coming here to study at this university or anyone. At the end of that, probably stay in Jamaica and marry. So what we'll have is called what is called the New African. And that will go far, because those ladies that come, they'll come with another language that we have to learn. They'll come with stories. They'll come with something else. And we get going.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So I'll speak to you, Queen Grace, to get it started.
Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. So first, let me thank the panel and all the royals here. Everybody who contributed to the discussion, of course. I hope by my ear and attire, it's obvious that I'm big on the Afro-Center discussion, right? What I want to do is point out one of the quotes made by the panelists that, you know, there are many crimes committed against us. And I think one of the biggest crimes committed against us would be underdevelopment. Well, let me say continuous underdevelopment. So essentially what I'm asking is, you know, to contextualize the reparation discussion in the now in terms of equal access to critical institutions like education and healthcare, and the contribution that these foreign industrial corporations have in terms of limiting access to individuals who are marginalized. So essentially what I'm doing is challenging the Commission now to make it a part of the agenda. And I know that a part of the 10-point plan is assistance with healthcare, education, but not so much assistance, but more so mandating them to actually allow for equal opportunity within these institutions. And that's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yes. Blessed love and greetings, and in the spirit of Rastafari, greet in the name of the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie Jah, Rastafari, founder of the OAU. It is very concerning within the discourse, and we do give thanks for what is happening here and dignify the presence of the royal family from Africa. But there is a situation of concern in how we move the agenda forward. 2015 is a significant year, not only in Jamaica because there was a political vote to deal with the aspect of reparation, but the fact that there is no evidence and media coverage that the British Treasury, UK Treasury, actually paid back the £20 million of 1834 by way of a loan. So that brings us right into the pinnacle of everything right here now. So that question, if it's not the transnational corporate tax that paid back that loan, but if it is consumption tax, then that also has to be weighed in where crimes against humanity is concerned. And it gives us the avenue to address this thing by means of legal approach. So the question of the faculty of law engaging these research in atrocities is very, very significant. And for Rastafari, when we had responded to the 10 points agenda, we are looking even to be more forceful in the language of restitution, the United Nations Act of Restitution that empowers the victim to seek impartial justice. So I do give thanks and hope this continuity will be fruitful. Europe did not write the Bible. Eden is Africa. Blessed love and
All right. Thank you very much.
I want to, first of all, appreciate the very brilliant presentations and recommendations that came from this table. Good work. I want to also contribute in saying that we, on the agenda of the curriculum, because it is through education that we get to empower ourselves. And we can't change it. We can't help our children. We can't change history, influence it from conference tables. It has to be done from the kindergarten, if possible. Involving our children, we have to change the narrative, the the books and introduce the history. Many countries, unfortunately, even mine, they don't teach African history or, say, Cameroonian history at that level. You start hearing about Shakespeare even when you are a toddler running around. How do we change it? We need to not rely on the UN, because UNESCO is a list of the organizations that I know in the UN. Nothing is being done there because it has already been, you see, they've held it, this hostage there. They are those who design curriculum. And we are here crying about how do we move forward? And thinking that we can move forward in old age. No, it is at the younger ages. Let us try to introduce, make a standardization of our curriculum.